1 year ago, Arie Luyendyk was the king of Indianapolis. He sat on the pole. He took the lead on the very first lap of the Indianapolis 500. He led for 61 others and took the checkered flag for the second time in his career. Arie Luyendyk, the champion of the Indy 500. But now, 1 year later, everything changes for Arie Luyendyk. When you look up and down the pylon at the end of pole day, Arie's number 5 cannot be found. He has been forced to try and qualify for the Indy 500 on the final day of time trials. But just minutes ago, he headed out. And this is the way we called it as we watched Arie Luyendyk head for the green flag and the 10-lap run. Arie Luyendyk takes the green flag, starting a qualification run. This is the second attempt charged against this car. He will only have one more if for some reason this run does not go well. 4 laps against the clock, 10 miles. And there is no way that Arie Luyendyk can qualify ahead of any qualifier from yesterday, the day for the pole, regardless of what his speed is. That's the rule at Indianapolis.
Well, Arie's not having as much fun so far this month as he did last month, Paul. They've struggled tremendously. They just have had a very difficult time. The tires may have changed a little bit. I know there's a little bit of a construction change and some compound change, but these guys just really haven't come to grips with this race car yet.
That, of course, is compared with last year when he sat on the pole. First lap's a good one, 218.335 miles an hour.
He ran 220 earlier in the week. We talked to him Saturday, pole day. In the middle of the afternoon, he was struggling to run 210. So they've been scratching their head a little bit.
The 220 was run on Monday, and then it was downhill. They were able to get up to the 218 area right at the end of the day, but still a great deal of trouble for Luyendyk and the Treadway Racing Team. Jack?
Well, Paul, there's a tactic as Arie Luyendyk speeds by that Skip Paul and Arie Luyendyk have determined. Luyendyk will make the call as to keep or discard at 218.898. As long as he is above an average of 217, Luyendyk will keep this run. But it will remain Luyendyk's call whether to call it off.
The defending pole sitter, the defending Indy 500 and 2-time champion Arie Luyendyk picks the speed up on his second of 4 laps. 218.8 miles an hour, 0.5 faster than his first lap.
Well, that's a good sign. A lot of these guys have run a quick lap early, and then it's really fallen off as the laps go by. So the fact that he picked it up on the second lap indicates that he's probably smiling right now.
Arie Luyendyk, you see the hand come up as he makes the turn in the corner, very close to the wall. He is averaging 218.616. And now he goes to 219.159. That picks the average up to 218.79.
Well, they've worked real hard, and obviously they've coped with the weather conditions and got the thing figured out.
As mentioned, because everyone who qualified yesterday lines up ahead of today's qualifiers, the best that Arie Luyendyk can do is 27th spot, and he has just taken that position. Arie Luyendyk's 4th and final lap at 219.3. Total average for the 10 miles, 218.935 miles an hour. Gary Gerould, I suspect car owner Fred Treadway is now happy he's in.
Fred Treadway, how much of a relief after all that you went through yesterday, having to constantly change engines?
Oh, this is a real relief. This happened, the same thing happened to us in '96 where we lost 2 engines on pole day, but the team's a great team and Arie's a great driver, so I'm just glad to get it in the race, and hopefully the speed's going to last.
And the kicker to this deal, I understand, 615 miles on that engine.
I thought it was 685, but yeah, it's a tired motor, but we thought we were going to do a 225 here this month. It's just been a tough month for us.
Well, congratulations, you're in the field.
Well, thank you.
So Arie Luyendyk has qualified in his 14th Indianapolis 500. Here's Jack.
Well, Arie Luyendyk, as you said to your crew on the cool-down lap, not bad for a T-car.
Well, it's not a matter of having the T-car. This is really our our car that we wanted to race. It just happens to be the T car. The car was beautiful. The handling was great. We just didn't have the horsepower. This is the last engine we had laying around somewhere, and it just came a little bit short. But the speed was good. The car is good. And we know that in these kind of conditions, if it's like this in the race, I feel a lot better about it than I did yesterday. So the car's working pretty good.
Contrast the elation of last year, sitting on the pole and winning the 500, and the frustrations of this year preparing.
Well, when you have a week like last year where you never have any mechanical problems, things just flow. Every time that flow gets interrupted by an engine problem, a gearbox problem, and what have you, you just can never get into doing the things you need to do to go fast. And yesterday was obviously a downer when we didn't practice in the morning, had a problem with the engine, and then in qualifying yesterday the same thing. Otherwise, I think yesterday we could have been looking at a 222 in the conditions we were out to go qualify in.
What about race day? You've got to come up from the back of the field.
Well, we've got to think about some good pit strategy because I don't want to work that hard.
The Pep Boys Indy Racing League is at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the second and final day of time trials. This is Bubble Day. I'm Paul Page with Tom Sneva, Jack Arute, and Gary Gerould. The sun continues to shine down on Indianapolis. It was a beautiful day yesterday, and it remains so today. We are qualifying, but just a few moments ago, Scott Harrington had completed his first lap of a qualifying run at 217.923 miles an hour, and headed into the first turn. The engine let go big time.
Oh, well, he has no chance there, Paul. The engine let go. The oil comes out of the back of the car onto the rear wheels. The thing snaps backwards, and Scott's into the wall.
You can remember Scott Harrington's frustration from last year, even worse this year. His chance at Indianapolis. He tried it on the last day. Remember when he headed into the corner as the last qualifier here and had the same sort of thing go wrong? He was just too fast then?
Well, the speed was plenty quick, almost 218 in the first lap, Paul. So, and he knew that. He knew he had a car that was going to have enough to get in the show. You can just see everything coming out of the back of the car. He's getting down in the corner, and the back end just jumped sideways. It just all the fluid out of the car.
When the engine lets go like
that. Smoke, left side first. See the bodywork just fly into the air.
When the engine lets go like that, it just sprays oil on those rear wheels, and even a Tom Sneva can't save it then.
No, you're just a passenger, just hanging on. And that's big time. I don't know if they maybe tried a little bit hard with the qualifying motor, if this motor had some laps on it or not, but sometimes to get that little bit extra speed, they'll try to up the horsepower a little bit, up the RPMs, or do something to get a little more speed out of that car.
So Scott Harrington, the good news and all of that was that he did climb out of the car and showed some frustration. Well, here's the way they line up at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as of the moment. First positions can't be touched. Down to the 26th qualifier. Billy Boat, Greg Ray with a spectacular run late in the day yesterday, and Kenny Breck. Inside the second row is Tony Stewart, who had so many high hopes. His teammate Robbie Buell in the middle, and Sam Schmidt with a great run outside too. In row 3, Scott Sharp, Davey Hamilton, and the longtime veteran Roberto Guerrero. Scott Goodyear, Buddy Lazier, and Mark Dismore make up the 4th row. There's rookie J.J. Yaley, Marco Greco, and Dr. Jack Miller in row 5. The 6th row, John Paul Jr., who was the first qualifier yesterday. Eddie Cheever made it in yesterday afternoon, and so did Buzz Calkins. In row number 7, rookie Andy Mishner, Jim Guthrie, who won a year ago at the Phoenix race, and rookie Robbie Unser, son of Bobby. In row number 8, 3 rookies. Jack Hewitt made it in at the end of the day in an emotional qualification. Steve Knapp and Donnie Beechler. The 9th row, Johnny Unser and Billy Rowe. And then we start qualifiers from today. Just a few minutes ago, Jeff Ward made it in. You saw Arie Luyendyk's run. Stan Waddles, owner-driver, made it in, and so did Raul Boesel. And so Raul Boesel is the last of the qualifiers thus far today. There are 3 positions left to be filled before we start bumping. And the lowest speed is at 215 miles an hour. So Indianapolis time trials are underway. Let's go back to our Wide World of Sports studio in New York and our host, Brent Musburger.
The Indianapolis 500 time trials on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Pep Boys, the official sponsor of the Indy Racing League. Goodyear, innovators of run flat technology. Old Spice high endurance deodorant and antiperspirant. Powerful protection for men. And Brute, put it on and you're ready to play. Brute, it's all part of the game.
So back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, it is another beautiful day. Paul Page with Tom Sneva. 3 positions left to fill in this 500 field, and consider that we are only in the first of 6 hours of this bubble day, the final chance to make it in. With the short format, just 1 weekend of qualifying, the pressure is building and building.
Well, no question. This is the last day, and the pressure is just building. Fortunately, a lot of these guys like the fact that there's not another weekend where they have to go through another week, but there's no chance for mistakes. And before you can get a handle on your race car, you really have to get a handle on your emotions, and that's really the key for what we're going to see this afternoon.
Now, what happened yesterday was qualifiers stopped going simply because the track temperature got way too warm, and then they waited until about 4:30 local time here in Indianapolis in the afternoon before they headed out. That created a very long day of waiting for Billy Boat, who early in the morning had, or early in the day actually, just past noon, put his car in the fastest qualifying position. But boy, that meant that he sat and sat and sat. Let's see what he thinks now.
Well, Billy Boat, it gets to enjoy a giant-sized check because the sitting paid off. Billy, you're the front row, the pole man for the 82nd Indy 500. What did AJ say to you when it finally sunk in that he had a car on a pole?
You know, he just looked at me and said, thank you. He was, you know, the whole AJ Foyt Conseco team did a tremendous job of getting prepared for this race. We came here, we know what we had to do. Now we're just going to concentrate on our race day setups and try to get ready for the race.
Now, this is your 3rd visit to the Indianapolis 500, but only your 2nd start. The first time you came, you kind of suffered the same indignity that we saw with Scott Harrington. But how about comparing last year and this year working for AJ Foyt? You were a fill-in last year.
Yeah, you know, last year I came without a ride, and so it was kind of jump in at the last minute, kind of get it up to speed, and then just go race and try to finish the race. This year, being the full-time driver, it's been much more consistent. I've gelled really well with the team. You know, this is a great bunch of guys. They work really hard. And, you know, we came here and we think we have a great shot to win.
Let's take a look at the run yesterday. 10 miles, and the track conditions, the temperature was 141 degrees. The green flag is coming out right now. Take us through it, Billy.
You know, my thought was just to try to get through. You know, I tried to get the speed up on the first lap, and then going into turn 1, there was really windy conditions, and it catches the rear end of the car just a little bit there. You can't really see it. It actually felt a lot worse than it was, but just tried to run real smooth on the first lap. Usually the Goodyear tires are usually right at their best right off the bat, so I knew I wanted to get a really good hot lap in right off the bat. So as we're coming down the back straightaway here into turn 3, you know, the car was working just fantastic. The Conseco car was just planted right against the ground, and I knew it was going to be a good lap. And so, you know, one of the things AJ stresses to us, as you're going down the straightaway, you can see the lap time on the dash. But he says never look at the dash down the front straightaway. He says if you do that, he's going to take the dash away if you're going to look at it. So I just, you know, there again through turn 1, it was a little bit windy. And here coming off of turn 2, got through there pretty well. And going down the back straightaway this time was really the first chance that I had to look and see how the car was performing. Looked down and saw that 224 lap and kind of took a double take, and then just, you know, I knew I had a good lap going. So.
Now, you know you're dealing with the wind. Do you begin to make mental adjustments and then transfer them to the car?
Well, at this point, I'd made a couple sway bar adjustments already. I knew that the first, in 3 and 4, the car was pushing the front end just a little bit, so I compensated for that a little bit with a sway bar adjustment, and then just tried to kind of drive the car through turn 1 in order that it didn't get away from me.
Now, we also understand that A.J. was concerned about whether you would chat on the radio, so before you went out, he turned it off so nobody was talking to you.
Yeah, I'm not a real talker on the radio anyway, so I didn't even know it was off. I didn't make any difference to me.
So now you're getting down to the tail end of it, and you know inside you've got a good run going.
Absolutely. You know, on that last lap, I just kind of cooled it through turn 1, make sure I got through there nice and safe, and then just, you know, kind of played it conservative on the last lap just to bring it home, and I knew we had a good lap and a good shot at the pole.
About this time, A.J. Foyt's heart was beating much faster than yours, but as you began to approach the start-finish line and know that you had a very good shot at sitting on the pole, what went through your mind?
You know, I think just all the years that it took to get here and the tremendous amount of work that not only myself but this whole team has endured. You know, these guys really suffered a lot of work last year. You know, this wasn't a good year for A.J. last year. His 40th year at Indy this year. You know, we're glad that we give him a pole position.
Probably your wife was suffering more than you. She was really on pins and needles during that run.
Yeah, she told me she couldn't watch at all because she was so nervous, but, you know, she brought us home.
And there's the checkered flag, and then you had to wait and wait and wait. And when you came back here into the garage area, a lot of people wondered if maybe Team Menard, who is your arch rival, might withdraw Tony Stewart and try to take a run at you. But that run in the heat seemed to drive a stake through their heart.
Yeah, it is. You know, I think mentally, I think it did help for us to do that right in the heat of the day and run those quick laps because, you know, it makes you wonder if you can really, if it's worth the gamble of trying to pull a car out of line, withdraw a car, and come back with another one when maybe you're not going to have enough speed anyway. So it's a big gamble. You know, we decided before we ever started that we were going to take our lap no matter what, whether it was on the pole or not. So, you know, we'd have taken a 220 if that's what we'd have gotten. But, you know, luckily for the Conseco team, you know, we were able to put it on the pole.
Hey, Paul, he's a tough guy, but you know what? He's valedictorian of his high school class, and he's also a graduate of Arizona State University.
Don't forget, too, he came from the minor leagues really last year. A.J. saw him and put him in an Indy car, and now he sits on the pole at Indianapolis. Now, don't worry, you haven't missed anything. There's a lengthy cleanup going on the track right now after Scott Harrington's crash. We mentioned the saga of rookie Jimmy Kite. Nice young man. Terrible week of practice. Gary Gerould?
Paul, you talk about all the adventures and the teams and the mystique that make Indianapolis what it is. Jimmy Kite has experienced all of that and more in the last 8 days. Actually, you can go back about 2.5 weeks when he had an incident in rookie orientation when he got his first taste of cement at Indianapolis. But then this week, in the space of 7 days through yesterday, 3 separate incidents. The first one last Sunday. Just kind of lost control trying to squeeze out a little extra speed, and once again he was into the wall. Thursday certainly wasn't his fault. An oil fitting underneath broke. Oil on the tires, and bang, once again, extensive damage. And then yesterday, while he was out on the track in the morning, he wiped out another race car. So what have they done? Well, they took the crash from Thursday, starting yesterday afternoon late. They went to work on it. They have produced this specimen right now for Scandia team, car number 7. And Jimmy Kite was out this morning after the crew worked until midnight, got himself up to 212.5. Brad McCandless talks with Jimmy. Jimmy, can we get a word with you here now that the engine's off? What are you going to try to accomplish here this afternoon now, and will you immediately go for a qualifying attempt if the speed is there?
If the speed's there, yeah. I mean, you know, if we can go out there and run 218s or 219s, no matter what the temperature, we're going to try to put it in. I mean, you know, these guys have worked so hard all week to give me a car to go out there and run. It's just they kind of need a break. We just need to get it in and give them a break.
How hard is it after the incidents of this week to regain that focus and go out there and be able to really jump on that throttle and squeeze out all the speed you're going to need to make this field?
It's not just because I know the car is going to be so good. I mean, these guys have given me such a good car every day, you know, this whole week. I mean, they've been working their butts off all week, but they've still given me a good car every day. So, I mean, that gives me a lot of confidence to go out there. And then it's just, you know, I guess it's my hard-headedness or whatever you want to call it, but I don't want to go out there. You know, this is my first Indy 500, and I'm not going to watch it from in here. I want to be out there on the racetrack.
That's the kind of determination it takes. They call this car now Fritz the Cat because they say it's got 9 lives. Don't use up any more, pal. Paul?
Jimmy Kite, a most deserving young race driver.
Well, he really is, but he's got a little deal with the team. Every time they have a shunt on the racetrack, he's got to bring donuts to the crew the next morning. They're getting to know him by first-name basis at the donut shot, The crew's gaining weight, and they're starting to look like police officers, so they're having a good time with it.
We hope that he gets into this qualifying field before this day is over. Of those still to qualify, well, Harrington, it looks like that may be a done deal with the car damaged as badly as it is. Lyn St. James is not in yet. There is the name of Jimmy Kite. You're looking at their best practice speeds as well. Mike Groff tried it just a few minutes ago, couldn't get it done. Eliseo Salazar crashed yesterday, tried it again today. There's some big names trying to get in the Indianapolis 500-mile race field. Now, don't forget, next Sunday, live at 11 Eastern, 8 a.m. on the Pacific Coast, ABC Sports will bring you coverage of the 82nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Who will make it to the winner's circle at Indy? This is Paul Page. We are back at Indianapolis. Our overhead shots, courtesy of the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes, based in Pompano Beach, Florida. This is the 100th anniversary of Goodyear and the 73rd consecutive year that the blimp fleet has been in the sky. Well, Scott Harrington is the reason this track is yellow at the moment. Smashed the wall fairly hard, Jack Arute.
Well, Paul, they brought the car back. They're going to continue to cover it. But, Scott, we're taking a look at the accident. Really, when you blow one up like that, you're just a passenger.
Yep, there's not a whole lot you can do at that point. You know, it's, we got in, and the car was just, today, we've kind of been up and down. We're, one motor, one car. We had to watch our miles every day, and we ran out, ran a little every day, and just, basically haven't been in an Indy car since a year ago. And, it ended up that we went out this morning and found a bunch of speed, and, things went really well. And, the car was fantastic. In the first lap, we ran right at an 18 in qualifying. It was a little hotter than it was this morning, and I really didn't run a good lap. Wasn't happy with myself with the lap that I run. And I went into turn one, and as soon as I started turning the wheel, I could feel it starting to tighten up. And at that point, you're a passenger. And once again, we have a bit of bad luck. We can't seem to buy a break around this place.
What about the frustration, the emotional roller coaster? Now, first of all, your team has covered up the car. Are they going to try and repair it? Can you repair it in time?
Well, we only have one engine. We came here. We work all year long to get back here. Basically, I've been in an IndyCar 3 times in the last 3 years, and that's at Indy. Some guys were talking about, that it's tough when they've been out of the car for 30 days. Well, it's real tough when you've been out 365 days. And, I can guarantee you there's nobody around here that works any harder to be here every year than we do, and it just seems like we can't buy a break. One car, one engine. You saw the side pods were empty. We don't really have any sponsorship. We just put together everything we could to be here.
Will you come back?
Oh, it's what I do for, it's my life. I'll be back. It's really hard when you're out there, and again, this racing business is a costly business, and we were out there trying to raise the funding to do this, all year long. It just seems like our deals come together kind of late, and it just, it's hard to get the enthusiasm back up, but I'm sure, by the middle of the week, we'll be right back and knocking on doors trying to find some funding to do this. It's disappointing. I know I've got the ability to do it, and, proven we've got the ability to do it. It just seems like we can't buy a break and get an ongoing program. We get a program where we've got enough budget to go out there and run and have spare parts and cars and things.
Well, Paul, cruelty can come in all sorts of packages. Another 365 days for Scott Harrington to think about Indy.
That's what makes this Bubble Day a most unusual day. There are so many people trying so hard and don't make it, and then there will be several who will actually make it, despite the fact they didn't think they had a hope. Here's the way it is currently lined up at Indianapolis. The first 26 qualifiers qualified yesterday. Down to number 30, we had qualifiers who came in today. Now, when Scott Harrington's engine let go, that sprayed the track with oil and parts. It's been a lengthy cleanup. They have not gone to the green flag yet. When they do, they will go back to practice on the track until a qualifier presents. We'll have more from Indianapolis after this message and a word from our ABC stations. Back at Indianapolis, the Speedway just opened for practice or qualification. There were no cars in the qualifying line. Now, this man is just as much part of the 500 lore as A.J. Foyt and the Yard of Brick. Meet the Voice.
And you won't believe it, over 236 miles an hour, and it's a new track record.
Every Indy fan has an impersonation of that voice. It belongs to Tom Carnegie. For 53 years, this award-winning television sportscaster has been the chief announcer on the track public address system. He builds the drama.
You've got to create the feeling that this is the most important thing that's happening anywhere in the world, and you in the stands are fortunate to be here today.
Now Tom has a crew of helpers and a bank of TV and computer monitors, but those are new. When he started just after World War II, it was primitive.
The only help that I had was trying to be able to see around 2.5 miles. Or somebody would call in on the phone maybe later and tell me there was an accident in turn 3. And the only timing and scoring I had was what we kept up here. And also the driver. Remember the old drivers, the top 5 that they put up on the, you know, on the old pagoda? That's all I had. I winged it, my friend.
The Carnegie style includes often repeated phrases, but his most famous helped build another Brickyard legend.
Mario Andretti slowing down on the backstretch. Well, that became a trademark of not only myself, but of Mario. So it could have been in the 3rd turn or the 4th turn, but it was always slowing down on the backstretch, see? You got to have a little fun here, too.
53 years. How many more?
As long as I'm strong, I'm going to stay here. And I feel I'm, you know, I'm going to stay with it.
I have to tell you, in my view, when you decide finally to hang up that microphone, this place will never be the same. You are as much a part of the place as the drivers, control tower, the start-finish line.
Thank you, Paul.
It's so wonderful at Indianapolis when Tom Carnegie's voice rings out around the speedway. He sits in a chair right at the start-finish line. Believe it or not, in the pit area is where he keeps track of all the qualifications and practice. And speaking of the practice, we are under a practice situation right now. And we're waiting to see who may come up for a qualification attempt. This is Jack Miller. Of course, he's already qualified that Infiniti-powered car into the field. Very nice run late yesterday. Now he has certainly switched over to the race setup so that he can find out what he needs to know for 1 week from today. And that's critical because it's a very short time for everybody.
Well, again, with this compact formula, they spend most of the week trying to get in the show, and so it's important to have a little bit of time now to try to get some kind of setup that is going to work for 500 miles. And you know, I'm not sure he wants to be out there and dusting down the oil dry from the accident, but one key that I think we're looking at right now is Danny Drynan. Here's a guy that was in line, ready to go and qualify. I mean, you don't get in that line unless you think you've got the speed it's going to take to get in the show. And when there's an accident right in front of that and a lot of oil on the racetrack, he just backed the car back out of line. But I still see it down in the pit area where he's actually not going on the racetrack with the car. But he's going to wait for this track to get better, for the oil dry to get cleaned up, and let some other guys run through that stuff initially.
And I do apologize. That's the 40T car. The helmet tells you that it's rookie J.J. Yaley, who has already qualified in the field. And it is the car that he will qualify if his number 44 is bumped out of the field later in the day. So they're already building up to that possibility. One of the great moments yesterday was a qualification run for the second fastest guy in the field. Car 97, still looking for a big sponsor. It belongs to Greg Ray. Gary?
Paul, it is a great story because the well-funded teams of A.J. Foyt, John Menard, they were the ones that were kind of grabbing the spotlight in the week. But every time Greg Ray went on the racetrack, you went fast. And yet you're one of the underfunded teams. Did you surprise yourself that you could plant your car in the middle of that front row?
Well, our goal coming into this was to be in the first 3 or 4 rows. We knew we had a very good handling car. We had a lot of question marks about our motors and some other things on the car that would allow us to go fast. This is a technical sport, and you know, you need to have the funding to get some of those things that allow you to go fast. So we were here doing a day of tire testing for Firestone a month ago, and we knew we had some shortcomings, but we just kept on working on the car handling, and the car handled very, very nicely. And then the first 2 days of practice here, we didn't run because we lost our sponsorship, and we just started working the car little by little, not risking the car. We ran 219, 220, and than 2:23. And you know, going into pole day, we knew we could qualify good, but we needed the conditions to be to suit our setup. And so we really gambled in the later part of the day, and we got close. We qualified second, and for our small team, that's a huge victory.
Well, it's a terrific job, and now I know you look forward to next Sunday, 500 miles. We know it's going to be exciting. Congratulations on a terrific qualifying effort. The first big steps out of the way.
Thank you very much, Gary. I do appreciate that.
All right, Paul.
Oh, woe to be the sponsor that pulled out at the last minute.
Well, no kidding. Greg Ray, Friday afternoon, they actually had some $20 bills taped to the side of the car, and I noticed they weren't there on Saturday. I asked the guys what happened. They said, hey, we had to go to dinner Friday night.
Well, they needed the money, absolutely. So as J.J. Yeley works on the racetrack, let's go back to our Wide World of Sports studio in New York and our host, Brent Musburger. Back at Indianapolis, Jimmy Kite was out practicing along with J.J. Yeley, and then just a moment ago they turned the yellow light on again. And Gary Gerould, the reason is that we probably have a qualifier.
And it's a great story, Paul. There are always so many great stories here, but Dan Drine and the DB Man team certainly qualify. You know the background. Tuesday, they had a crash here that did significant damage to the cars that had young Jimmy Drine, the 23-year-old crew chief, virtually in tears. Danny Drine also having problems, and he was almost disconsolate. But other teams pitched in and helped them. There were contributions from the Foyt team, from the Howerton team, the Chitwood team. They were able to reassemble the car. They got a fresh engine in the car on Thursday. They went out and they had motor problems. And again, it looked like they were at the bottom of the well. Well, right now they've got an engine in here that's got 600 miles. They went out and they squeezed out 218 plus in practice this morning, and now they're ready to go out and see if it'll hold together for 10 precious qualifying miles to get in the field. It's a terrific story, and it's going to be interesting to see just what Danny Drine can do in a matter of moments. Fingers crossed down here as they await to fire the engine.
And what a view of Indianapolis Danny has. Came here first as a mechanic with the Andretti family, was Mario's mechanic for a while. Finally decided he wanted to give it a try himself. Owns Drine Racing Products, which is located just outside the Speedway on Gasoline Alley.
Yeah, I can remember Danny when he was changing the right front for Michael Andretti, actually. Danny's sort of one of the taller guys that you'll see in a race car for sure, especially one of these cars. But I can remember back then, I used to use him as an aiming device coming into the pits. He was always the tallest guy there. He was out doing the right front. You could spot him easy, and because of that, I think he was in a little bit of jeopardy from all the drivers.
So Danny Drine rolls out after receiving his instructions from Brian Barnhart, the director of racing for the IRL. When the IRL took over out here, titles like the Chief Steward went away. So now it's the director of racing that gives the instructions just before they go out. Danny Drine trying to make it into this field as a rookie. It has been a long uphill fight for the young man who knows Indianapolis so very well. Now next, live on ABC Sports, except on the West Coast, it's the final round of the GTE Byron Nelson Classic from the Players Club in Texas. Third round leader Fred Couples looks to win the coveted title in Dallas. Danny Drine will keep track of his warm-up speeds as well as his move on the racetrack itself once he takes the green flag. A number of other drivers have been watching. A number of others have been practicing. For example, Robbie Unser has been out in the car that still carries the number 51, which is Eddie Cheever's number. It's in reality the 54 car, and he is doing that just in case he gets bumped out of the field. Also doing that, we showed him to you, J.J. Yeley was in the second of the Crest cars in case he gets bumped out of the field as well.
Well, probably JJ is out doing race-type setup stuff. JJ's far enough up the list that I would suspect he's using that car combination to learn some things that might help him for race day. So that's probably not as a backup for qualifying, because JJ is up that list a little bit.
The start of the 10 miles. Whoa, he gets high, 141 degrees, the track temperature right now as he starts this run. He went through the trap at the end of the front straight at 222 miles an hour. Dropped off to 214 through the short toot, came off of turn 2 at 211. Now he heads for turn 3.
Well, some of that stuff that we saw in turn 1 was, again, the oil dry. Now, he was up a little higher than some of the cars that were out practicing prior to this, but they hadn't got up that high in the middle of the corner to dust her down for him.
The car owner, DB Dave Mann, has not had a car in this 500 field since John Paul Jr. finished 10th for Mann Motorsports in 1992. First lap completed, 214.235 miles an hour. What do you think, Tom? I don't think I'd take that, but then again, time could be running out.
Yeah, we'll have to see what the next lap is. Again, just right out after the accident. But there's a lot of guys rooting for this guy. I mean, he is a mechanic. They know his midget background. He got hurt very badly in a midget a couple of years ago. So I think everybody up and down the pit lane right now, they're sort of rooting for this guy.
Well, the 214 miles an hour would certainly get him into the 31st starting position. But then, well, they've already made the decision on what I was about to tell you, which is I don't think that would be fast enough to keep you in the field, because remember, once the field is full, they then take out the slowest car in the field. He would have been that if he continued a 214 average. Right now, the slowest car in the field is Billy Rowe, who has a 215 mile an hour average. Gary Gerould?
Well, let's find out what happened. Was it just not enough speed? Is that why you waved him off, Dave?
Yes, that's correct. I don't know what happened. We ran 2:18.4 this morning, and then Scott had his mishap, and we sat there as the track got hotter and hotter. We tried to counteract that by putting a little taller wicker on it, give it a little more downforce through the corner. Apparently, we put too much drag on the car. He slowed down 4 miles an hour.
How concerned are you over the mileage on this engine?
I'm real concerned. That engine has in excess of 650 miles on it. So that's why we waved it off so quickly. We didn't even want to see if he'd pick up speed.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And
so Danny Drynan comes off the track. Again, we'll give you a look at the way the field sets up at the moment. Changeable, not only in the addition of the last 3 positions, but then once those 33 positions are filled, well, then guys like Billy Rowe at 215.7 have to begin worrying about whether or not that speed will hold up, or if there is someone out there who can go faster. Current field average at 218. This is Paul Page on a beautiful day at Indianapolis. Here are those still with an opportunity to qualify. Most notable is Danny Drynan, who just tried to match that 218. Couldn't get it done, only 214. Some very fast speeds there. Still, they were posted in a very cool time of the day. It's hot out there right now as they're back to practice.
Well, there are, but the interesting thing on that graphic, Paul, was there's plenty of them to not only feel the field, but also to do some serious bumping, so it should get fun this afternoon.
Well, now, let's head down to the racetrack itself with our Pep Boys Track Fact. Here is Jack Arute as he's ready to take you to school.
You hear drivers talk all the time about a push or a loose or an understeer and an oversteer condition on their race car. We're going to try and show you very briefly what they mean. When a car has understeer, it means that the nose of the car wants to go towards the wall when the driver turns the wheel in the corner. When a car has an oversteer condition, it means when he turns the wheel that the back end of the car wants to go kick out towards the wall. Now, you also hear drivers say that the car pushes or that it's loose. I'll show you a real quick way to remember the two. Push has a U, understeer does. They're one and the same. Loose has an O, as does oversteer. That's one and the same as well.
Oh, that was one of the great secrets of racing you just gave away. What? Push is understeered. I always use the U.
Well, I think really what Jack was trying to say is push is where you see the crash and loose is when you don't.
This is Hideshi Matsuda on the racetrack. Remember, he came first to Indianapolis as a television reporter, and then the next year came back and made it in the field. He is very certainly one of those who is capable of qualifying a car. The whole question now are the external influences of qualifying. That is temperature, time of day. Who else is pushing you in the line? Tony Stewart inside of the second row for the Indy 500, Jack Arute.
And Paulie's inside a beautiful, luxurious motorhome that he calls his house for this month. Has the pain subsided from yesterday?
Well, last night we went out to Raceway Park and ran the USAC Silver Crown race, and you know, got there late and got there just in time to qualify, and ended up starting on the outside of the front row there, and led the last 93 laps of the 100-lap feature. So it eats a little bit of the pain.
And the irony to that is you drove for A.J. Foyt and George Snyder.
Yeah, I'm making AJ look way too good these days. You know, both AJ and George, you know, we've had really good luck with the Silver Crown car. That's the 3rd race in a row that I've won in that car. And, you know, AJ just had a great day yesterday. I mean, nobody can take anything away from him. He did real well out here at the Speedway, and then we went out and won in his car last night. So, you know, I need to go rub on the guy today and get some of my luck back.
Let's talk about your run. And you actually had an accident that you just didn't realize. What happened?
Well, we wrecked and didn't hit anything, basically. I mean, you know, last year when we qualified here, we, you know, left a little bit on the table, we felt like, and this year we didn't want to do that. You know, I wanted to make sure that, you know, we didn't leave any stone unturned, and I gambled a little bit. I told Larry Curry I wanted to try to make the front end a little more positive, and we went from making it a little positive to a lot positive real quick.
Now, when it happens, as we come up to it, what goes through your mind?
Well, if this is the lap I think it is, yeah, you turn right real quick and catch it. I mean, it's not something that I thought of. I just had to, you know, I'm coming through through one right there, and I feel the car start coming around, and you just have to back steer. I mean, that's what I had to do last night in the Silver Crown car when it got loose. You just back steer the car and, you know, just try to catch it. But, you know, it's qualifying. You can't just get out of the gas and say that's it. You had to finish the run out and hang on to it the best we could.
For non-racers, how much of it is instinct? How much of it do you think about?
Well, I mean, the time that it took to think about it, it had already happened, was over with, and I was through the next corner before I could really say, hey, this is really a bad deal right now. But it's just all instincts. I mean, as fast as everything is happening, and when you get the adrenaline going, I mean, your adrenaline takes over, and it makes your thought process speed up, and you just react. It's not something that you think about.
Tony, if you win or don't win the Indianapolis 500, will it play any part in whether you will be back here next year?
No, I want to be back here. I'm not going to let Foyt sit on the pole again next year. I'm bound to determine I'm going to get a pole before I quit running here. So, you know, if we win it this year and get lucky enough to do that, then I want to make it 2 in a row next year.
Paul, a lot of guys say that this may be the only person that could ever become the next A.J. Foyt. Now, that's a scary concept.
Tony Stewart. Well, here is Jimmy Kite. He just is coming in from turning several laps above 215 miles an hour. And at this time of the day with the heat, Tom, I think that might be a pretty good deal for him.
Well, you just notice his head nodding yes. And we're hoping that indicates that he's happy with what he sees.
Now, there are other drivers here at the track, not yet assigned to cars, but inside that garage area, a lot of conversations going on, and some names who are most capable of making it into the field. Remember, Sospiri actually sat on the front row here. We'll return with more of the Indianapolis 500 time trials after this message and a word from our ABC stations. There's a nice view of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the Brickyard Crossing golf links, part inside the Speedway, looking from the Goodyear blimp. And I'm sure the captain, Jim Maloney, and the entire crew having a nice ride today in Stars and Stripes. You want to learn more about the blimps? Try their internet site, www.goodyear.com. Out on the track, we are still practicing at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway until someone presents a car for qualification. From Quebec, Canada, this is Claude Bourbonnais. I first met while snowmobiling with Bobby Unser up at Valcourt, Canada. 202, his best speed. Time is very definitely running out for this young man.
Well, they've been a lot faster on the racetrack in previous days, but today is the day where it's got to happen.
Saturday at 1 Eastern and Pacific on ABC Sports, it's the CART Motorola 300. Alex Zanardi chases points leader Greg Moore at the Gateway International Speedway. Kart racing from America's heartland. Well, Danny Drynen has been out practicing. He is part of the story of the incidents throughout this month of, actually this week. So many of us have tripped up saying month when it's in fact a week now with the new format. We'll go back and review some of them. First wall banger was Jack Hewitt, a rookie. Got into the wall hard, and this car they rebuilt
They were short on funds. They got a lot of help from everybody else. Then the saga of Jimmy Kite started last Sunday. He'd already crashed once before during an April test here and got the wall again. Danny Ongais, that was a very hard hit. Sent him to the hospital overnight. He has not been cleared to drive. Then Danny Drinan. Jimmy Kite, once again, this time backed it almost straight into the wall, destroyed the gearbox, but the car did a nice job saving him. And Billy Pote, right at the last of the final day of practice. And Jack Hewitt on Friday spun it again.
Looked
Boy,
like
he showed his skill there.
Well, he got lucky there. I don't think he was up to speed quite.
This was Steve Knapp yesterday morning. Now watch this. It's not going to be a crash, but it is definitely an incident.
Well, that's adrenaline flow on qualifying morning, Paul, and sometimes that's what's happened. Here we see it from a different angle. He's actually, all three of these cars aren't quite up to speed. He's actually trying to stay down out of a faster car's way, and it could have cost him dearly.
This was Paul Durant yesterday. Heavy damage to that car. Look at the pieces flying on down the racetrack. Thank goodness the barrier system is efficient here. Jimmy Kite, again, yesterday afternoon.
There, that was actually during a qualifying attempt there, Paul.
Eliseo Salazar caught the wall, had some soft tissue injury to his shoulder, went back, came back to the track a little bit later, and then Tice Carlson the last. Here's Gary.
Well, Paul, you're talking about all of these incidents, and I guess we got a little problem with the camera, so we were going to try to show you some of the improvements in the evolution of these cars, but until we can get a camera, we can't show it to you. So, Paul, we'll run right back upstairs.
Well, Gary, we look forward to that, though. And don't forget, America Online will keep you up to date with all the speeds, the times. They have online real timing, and then you can check out Jack at the track, because Jack writes a column for there. I do, too. So does Mike Groff. Keyword ABC Sports.
Once again, back at Indianapolis on pit road, we were seeing those incidents moments ago. Several drivers experiencing the concrete walls at Indianapolis, but in every instance thus far this month, drivers have been able to walk away relatively unscathed. That's because of the ongoing evolution of the safety process. We want to show you three key areas where changes have been updated this year, starting right here behind the driver's head. This is one of Jonathan Byrd's backup cars. Brian Tyler's going to be in this car a little bit later on this afternoon attempting to qualify. The airbox has been boosted up 2 inches. Doesn't seem like much, but if this car happens by any chance to get upside down, it's just a little more room from the top of the driver's helmet to the top of the airbox or the roll bar. Now down inside, you'll see the seams. These are new padded pieces that have been added around the cockpit this year. Many of the teams cover this padded foam with either a Kevlar or a carbon fiber. It helps stabilize the driver's head. If there is an impact, it just gives him a little more protection. Down in here, the seat, which is very difficult to see, not only molded to the driver, it's now mandatory to use this beaded seat, as they call it, and it's molded to the tub itself so that there are no seams, no braces that could transfer energy in the case of an impact and possibly injure a driver, particularly in his lower back. The third key area is at the back of the car, and it's underneath the wing. As you come back here and you look down around the gearbox, you'll see what they call an attenuator. In the past, it was only 5 inches long. But this year, they add 3 more inches. This is crushable material. The car backs into the wall and has an impact. It helps absorb energy. But perhaps more importantly, what you can't really see is in the housing, the bell housing, the transmission, the gearbox, they've milled this down. They've made it so that it breaks and crumbles actually on impact easier than it did a year ago. And that way, the energy can't be driven forward so that it ends up transferring the energy, hitting the driver in the back, and creating a back problem. So 3 key areas where they continue to test at Wayne State University, where they crush gearboxes and bell housings and transmissions, trying to make sure that the driver has everything working for him as possible from a safety standpoint. Paul?
Well, they've done a great deal of work on those machines. As Gary suggested to you, there was some concern because the machines were untested in their new crash-worthy configuration. But then, during this last week, they certainly have tested that configuration more than once, and in each case, it has done the job it was requested. Now, we've been out on the practice format during the past few minutes. These are the drivers that have been out and the speeds that they have turned. Danny Drynan and Scott Harrington on that list. But remember, Harrington, if he's going to do it now, is going to have to find another car and a number team. And Danny Drynan, well, I would think if you're running 2:18, despite the heat of the day, I'd gamble for speed and away from the crunch of time and try and get that car into the field. Now, at Indianapolis, the speeds are so lightning fast that everything has to be measured down to a hundredth, even occasionally a thousandth of a second. And several years back, we examined that whole concept of 1/100th of a second. Jack Arute goes back and looks at it again.
Al Unser's 1991 victory margin over Scott Goodyear remains a 500 record. The difference between winning and second place, a little over 4/100ths of a second. Here at Indy, success is often measured by hundredths. Teams live by their stopwatch, but if you tried to start and stop a watch as quickly as possible, the average reaction time would be 12/100ths of a second. Humans can only see things that happen in 1/10 of a second or more. 1/100th of a second is indistinguishable. Examine this replay. The runner's margin of victory was 1/100th of a second. Your eyes missed it. Her effort, simply too fast for your vision. Dr. Harold Edgerton is used to things that happen fast. He perfected the art of strobe photography, literally stopping time with these fascinating pictures of things unseen by the naked eye.
The human eye is a wonderful thing, but it lacks the ability to see anything that happens quick.
Charles Miller is an Edgerton-trained expert in high-speed movies, and he will help us understand just how long or short 1/100th of a second really is.
We take pictures at thousands of frames per second, play them back at 24 frames a second, and that way we stretch time like an accordion so that that 100th of a second is stretched out to seconds of action.
The bail of this rat trap closed in approximately 1/100th of a second. In real time, it looks like this. The snap of your fingers? Well, here's what really happens in that short span of time. Keep in mind that what happens in 1/100th of a second is directly related to the speed of the specific action. A 90-mile-per-hour fastball travels 1.3 feet towards home plate in 100th of a second. An Indy car at 200 miles per hour, 1/100th of a second yields 3 feet. The space shuttle travels towards the heavens at 18,000 miles per hour. That's almost a football field in 1/100th of a second.
And of course here they measure it all electronically. Jack Hewitt, I think he's been signing autographs and visiting with race fans ever since he made it into the 500 field. 46 years old and a rookie. There is one very happy man. Quiet at Indianapolis right now.
Back here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I'm Jack Arute in Gasoline Alley. You saw Jack Hewitt signing autographs, and I'll tell you what, Paul, the line is very, very long, but we want to talk about your qualifying effort yesterday. 47 years old, and you're a rookie. Do you think like a rookie?
Give me a break. I'm 46, but I'm still a rookie. You know, you can race forever, but when you come to this speedway, there's a lot to learn.
Now, tell us about the first attempt. You were the first car out, and then you waved it off.
That was cool, wasn't it? Well, I didn't wave it off. My crew waved it off. You know, I thought, man, we're going to get through this thing. We won't have to worry about a thing. And I come around, and I don't know what to expect because I haven't got to do this before. And I come off the fourth turn for the fourth lap, and I seen the yellow flag, and my heart sunk again.
But you also had the wherewithal at speeds in excess of 200 miles an hour to key the mic and say,
Yahoo! I mean, I didn't know anybody was listening. You know, I just thought that was for my crew's ears, but I guess we had some unsuspecting ears listening, but I was just having a ball out there. You can tell I'm having it in here, but I was having it out there also.
But then you had to wait it out. You had to wait through the heat of the day and watch an awful lot of other guys qualify, and it has been an uphill struggle for you and the PDM team. Did you ever doubt that you would make the Indianapolis 500?
Well, when I hit the wall, there came a lot of doubt, and I got back up again, and then I spun out, and there went all the confidence again. But my crew stuck behind me, you know. When you've got guys like, well, my owner, too, with Bob Parker being the sponsor coming in, and then I got the crew, to me, the fantastic crew in the out here, you know, because it's easy for them to get down just the same as me, you know, because they're out here working all night to get here, and they stuck with me. And right now we're in the show anyways for now.
Can you do me a big favor?
Absolutely.
Could you make it out to Jack and sign it for me?
How you spell that?
Gary?
You guys are having too much fun back there. Buddy Lazier, it's nice to see you smiling. As a former champion, I know this week was kind of difficult leading to qualifying, but you're solidly in the 4th row, and that's got to feel good.
Yeah, you know, it does, especially the way we were struggling. We had obviously hopes to being higher for qualifying, but we did spend a lot of time this week working on our race package, and we're going to be good come race day. But we definitely had to really hold our breath for qualifying, because we just haven't been able to get the all-out speed, but we are consistent.
Now, you come out here now with the team and you're getting, looks like, fresh rubber on the car. I'm assuming everything is race setup related. Is there anything specific that you'll chase in the next little while this afternoon?
Well, just confirm information that we learned earlier in the week, confirm the full tank loads. It's a whole different race car. You know, when you've got just enough fuel in it and everything's trimmed for qualifying, that's quite a bit different than what you need to win the race. And so we're going to confirm some race setups and call it a day.
Last year at this time, we were talking about the great physical courage and all that you had gone through with the broken back, fragmented in so many pieces. How is it a year later, physically?
It keeps getting better and better, and there's new technology about 6 months away that I'm hoping will cure everything. So it's looking really good.
As you look ahead now with this compressed schedule, has it been bothering you at all that you won't have the normal week after you qualify to fine-tune?
I don't know if you're really going to see the downside to that until race day. A lot of guys really focus on their racing, on their qualifying, getting in the race. Again, a qualifying setup is not what you need for the race. So you may not see the full end to everything until race day.
Well, it's only a week away. Have fun.
Thank you.
Buddy Lazier.
And you know, a couple of things in terms of concept. The shortened format seems to have just put all the excitement right back into a qualifying weekend. Just 6 days instead of 13 of practice, and then 2 days of qualifying itself, this being the second day, bubble day. And also when you see a guy like Jack Hewitt, that kind of validates Tony George's concept of the IRL to bring those short trackers forward.
Well, it really does. It's giving a lot more drivers opportunities to come to Indianapolis. But we just talked to a couple guys that are in the show, so they're pretty much at ease this afternoon. But there's a lot more down on that pit lane right now that are going to have a tough time in the next couple hours.
Going to be a very long afternoon. Now, don't forget, it's 1 week from today, live at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on ABC Sports. We'll bring you live race day coverage of the 82nd running of the great Indianapolis 500-mile race.
The Indianapolis 500 time trials on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Goodyear, innovators of run-flat technology. Zest Body Wash, get zestfully clean. And Gateway, let's talk about your Gateway.
Back at Indianapolis, just taking the green flag on a qualification attempt is Eliseo Salazar. A big surprise because the track is extremely hot and really not designed at this point to hold speed. But obviously Salazar would like to get into this field. This car has 2 attempts scored against it. One in which he ran 216.2 miles an hour. The second attempt, he got it up a little bit to 217.1, and I would really think that either one of those times would have been more than adequate.
Yeah, I think so, Paul, but this is the last chance for this car. Now, he dropped off on the 3rd lap a little while ago. The temperature was about the same, so they must feel confident that they can run the speed it's going to take to get it done, because this is their last chance.
Ooh, puff of smoke at the back, though, as he went into the corner. 218 flat, the speed, Gary Gerould.
I think that's exactly what they were looking for, Paul. I talked to Eliseo minutes ago, and I was, like you, I was very surprised that they were going to make the run now. I said, will you wait? And he said, no. As soon as we get a set of tires out here on the car, we'll put it in tech, and we'll make that 3rd attempt to put it in the field. So it was a bit of a surprise, but he obviously and the crew have confidence that despite 141-degree track temperature now, they can put it in the show.
Salazar knows exactly where the walls are at Indianapolis. He's been over that line yesterday, but today, look at him. He brings his car right out. Now, that time he works a little bit away from the wall, but the speed drops. 216.16 miles an hour. He's averaging 217.106.
That's plenty fast enough to get in. It was interesting, Gary mentioned the fact that as soon as he's got a set of tires out there, as soon as they put a heat cycle on these tires and let them cool down, they've got to go to a new set because the staggers grow and it offsets or upsets the chassis. These things are very precise. Ride heights are very critical on these cars, and so that's why, even though they haven't had very many laps on a set of tires, that they'll go to a new set when they go to qualify.
Fastest qualifier of this day, Jeff Ward at 219.086 miles an hour. Now Salazar turns another lap a bit slower at 215.486, averaging 216.5. That would make him the slowest qualifier of the day if they decide to accept this run. Now they can wave it off, but it's the third run for the car. There is no reason really to do so.
Yeah, they will not wave this off. They're going to take the checkered flag and sit on that time. Again, we'll see, but the car developed an understeer, and we'll see if he kept the speed up in this last lap.
So the checkered flag flies. The 10-mile run is complete. Eliseo Salazar has qualified in to the Indianapolis 500 field. Final lap at 215.3. Slowest qualifier of the day, 216.2 miles an hour, his average speed. Let's go back to our Wide World of Sports studio in New York and our host, Brent Musburger.
Our Speed World coverage continues today live from the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we prepare to fill the field for the 82nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Hello, everyone. I'm Jerry Punch, and I'll be joined by Paul Page, Jan Beekes, and Gary Gerould as we continue our coverage of second and final day qualifying. You know it as Bubble Day. But yesterday, history was made here on pole day as 42 cars, a record in Indianapolis Motor Speedway history in first day qualifying, presented to try to qualify. Of those 42, 26 made it into the starting lineup, completed their 4-lap runs. Now, as important as those who qualified, it's really important to know who didn't qualify, including last year's pole sitter and race winner, Arie Luyendyk. But earlier today, the 44-year-old Dutchman who now lives in Scottsdale, Arizona, rolled his Team Treadway G-Force machine onto the racetrack. It would be their second qualifying attempt after numerous problems yesterday with engines. And Jan Beekes, most veteran drivers say this time is the longest 2 minutes and 45 seconds of their life.
It really is, Jerry, and the main concern for Arie Luyendyk is not just speed, but he has an engine in this car that has 650 miles on it because the qualifying engine they had hoped to use blew up on an earlier practice session. So here he's just hoping that the engine stays together. You can tell by his line, he's pretty happy with the handling of this car.
Yesterday morning, they tried to come out with a qualifying engine. They got 3 laps on it, didn't get up to speed, and they had a problem with the 2 different fuel injectors. They changed that engine, came out late yesterday afternoon, ran a lap at 214 plus, and the engine simply lost power in the second lap yesterday. This is the only engine they had left, and lap 1, 218.335 miles per hour. So in the heat of midday, last year's winner is getting up to speed.
And that is the speed that will put you solidly in the field. But again, you've got to do 4 laps here at Indianapolis to qualify. And even if he runs the fastest speed of anyone, he will still be considered a second-day qualifier, meaning that he will slot in behind everyone who qualified yesterday. It's unique here at the Speedway, but right now he's just trying to keep consistent laps, and you can see by those 2 he's doing so.
The 5T car, the T indicated this is the car he ran last year, the 1997 G-Force, updated to 1998 specs. This car won the Indianapolis 500 a year ago. They had a brand new 98 car. They thought this car would actually be better on the racetrack as Luyendyk trying to complete 3 of 4 consecutive laps of qualifying. You got to believe, Jan, as composed as Arie Luyendyk is, his heart was pounding knowing that they've had so many engine problems and trying to get the car consistently up to speed.
Yes, his chief engineer, Tim Wardrop, said that we took 2 things for granted last year, and that was engine reliability and the consistency of the Firestone tires. And he's had all kinds of problems with both throughout this week. Consistent lap speeds, going faster on lap 3, 2:19.159. Things are looking good at this point for Luyendyk.
After a flawless month of May in 1997, as you heard Jan Bieke say, they have had nothing but trouble in 1998. But here on Bubble Day, the final day of qualifying at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, last year's pole sitter will take the checkered flag, and Luyendyk will flash by, averaging 218.935 miles per hour. Had he done that yesterday, that would have been good enough for inside of row 4, 10th overall in qualifying. How truly appropriate here on Armed Forces Day at Indianapolis Motor Speedway that we may see incredible displays of courage by drivers attempting to capture their dreams and qualify for the starting field of the Indianapolis 500. More with live coverage of Bubble Day in a moment.
Well, back at Indianapolis, that windsock is exactly what you would want it to be, though the temperatures continue to climb at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. On the second day, the final day of time trials with the new shortened format, this is bump day. We're still looking to fill the field, and once we do, then everybody has to really tighten up because you can get bumped out very quickly. Temperature right now up to 83 degrees, track temperature 141. Despite those light winds, the real key is that track temperature at 141 degrees. The heat just ripples off of that surface, and that makes it very difficult to qualify. Here's the starting field as they sit now. Vogt, Ray, Breck, the front row. These all established yesterday. Stewart, Buell, Sam Schmidt in row number 2. In the third row, Scott Sharp, Davey Hamilton, Roberto Guerrero, Scott Goodyear, Buddy Lazier, and Mark Dismore make up row number 4. In the fifth row, J.J. Yaley, who's been out practicing in the 40 car in case he gets bumped out, actually the 40T. Marco Greco, Jack Miller, John Paul Jr., Eddie Cheever, and Buzz Calkins make up the sixth row. In row number 7, Andy Mishner, Jim Guthrie, and Robbie Unser. Row 8, the oldest rookie in the field, Jack Hewitt, and Steve Knapp, Donnie Beechler, and all-rookie row. The ninth row, Johnny Unser and Billy Rowe. That completes the qualifiers from yesterday. Now, despite what speed you run, you're going to have to line up behind them until the field is full. So Jeff Ward's 219 puts him outside row 9. Arie Luyendyk, you saw him run just a moment ago, into the inside of the 10th row with his 218. Then Stan Waddles at 217 to the center of row 10, and veteran Raul Boesel outside of row number 10. And just a few moments ago, Eliseo Salazar made it into the field at 216 miles an hour. Now, once that field is full, Billy Rowe's slowest speed of 215.7 miles an hour would be the first one to come out if you can run faster. And when he does, then everybody that's lined up behind him, remember he's a first-day qualifier, will move forward, and then you move into the appropriate position in today's lineup. It's a little complex at Indianapolis, but that complexity absolutely adds to the drama here, and the shortened format, Jan Bieke, has added even more.
It really has. And a guy like Eliseo Salazar, for example, he went out and just did his third attempt to be the slowest qualifier for today. And you may say, well, why would he take that time? He was on his third and final attempt on that car. He ran at a better time of day, which you would assume would give you higher speeds. Unfortunately, he ran in the heat. He has to take the time, and he is very vulnerable now.
We can take a look at the run of Eliseo Salazar, which happened just a few minutes ago. Remember, this is a man that had 2 attempts on the car. As Jan Bieke has told you, this is his third, his final qualifying attempt on the car. He crashed yesterday. He went to the hospital. An hour and a half later, he was back in the car. So this is a man from Santiago, Chile, who perseveres.
And he is one very brave man. What happened yesterday when I spoke to Mark Scott, one of the team owners of this machine, he said that because they ran right after Billy Vogt, Eliseo basically said, I'm going to be on pole or I'm going to be in the wall. And unfortunately, he was in the wall.
Now, Salazar, running just a few minutes ago, is running with a track temperature over 140 degrees, 141 measured over on the straightaway. A little hot for the grip on this car.
and a great first lap. At 2:18, he's probably thinking, great, no problem. I have the speed that I need. But from this point on, Paul, it seems as though he starts to lose the grip, which you would expect on a very hot day. He starts to push the thing through the corners and just starts gradually and more gradually losing speed.
Bob Riley, one of the designers on this car, done a beautiful job. Riley and Mark Scott. This is an all-American effort, all-American chassis. And if he could have done spectacular with it, or can do spectacular with it, go back to 1982, the last time an all-American car won at Indianapolis. That, of course, with Gordon Johncock in his Wildcat.
The big question is, if it's this hot and this is the slowest time of the day, why did they run now? Because no one else is even close to presenting their car. And the only answer I can come up with is they were so confident that they had the speed, they wanted to save time for later in the day for full tank running race setup.
So he completed the 4-lap run with an average speed up at 216 miles an hour. We'll look for the 4th lap time and speed as he runs to conclusion. And that was good enough for Eliseo Salazar to make it into the 500 field despite very trying conditions in terms of heat. Final turn for the north end of the track and across the short chute.
And one of the things the guys are battling today, Paul, is that there is a bit of a tailwind going down the front straightaway, so the engines really sing, and he had a bit of a wiggle coming off of turn 4. You can't say he wasn't trying, but as we said before, this is a borderline speed.
Yeah, it would mean that Eliseo Salazar at 2:16.2 would be the second to come out of the field if they start qualifying. There's Arie Luyendyk. Boy, the monkey's off his back, Jerry.
Oh, indeed, Arie Luyendyk, after a tumultuous month of May. We just saw you run a moment ago. A great effort by you and the team and everyone here at Treadway to get this car back out, and four very, very consistent laps.
Well, that's true. The guys did a great job. Skip Fall, the crew chief, and the mechanics. I mean, they were pretty tired after changing a bunch of engines the last few days. So we were down to an engine that had 580 miles on it when we ran it this morning for the first time. So it was an engine that wasn't very powerful, but it got the job done for us. The car was as good as it's ever been through the turns. And running in those kind of conditions with that kind of heat, I was pretty surprised how good the car stuck.
We're talking about the fact when you ran shortly after noon today, the track temperature was 132 degrees. You know, a less experienced team might have panicked considering everything you guys were up against yesterday with 2 different engine problems.
Well, that's true, but we had a plan this morning that we would run my my car that I qualified in, and then we had the other car as a backup effort in case this morning something would go wrong mechanically and we couldn't do the run this morning, and then we would use the other car maybe for later in the day. But I'm glad we got it done as soon as we got out, because you don't really want to be sitting around all day and wait for maybe something to happen like happened last night, where you just have no control. You go out of the pits and the engine doesn't run for some reason. I don't think it was an engine problem. It might have been battery voltage, electronics, or whatever. But so you have to calculate in that could happen, and that's what we did today. And I'm glad it just was over this morning.
Starting back in the field, that concerned you at all, starting so far back with so many rookies in front of you?
Well, rookies or no rookies, it always concerns me in the back anyway, because if you look at past races, the trouble has always been in the back and in the middle of the pack as far as, you know, opening lap incidents. So I might have to be really extra cautious and try to blow off the start completely, just kind of get through turn 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, and hopefully have the field spread out and then think about going forward.
All right, good luck to you. You got qualified in. Now you can take a deep sigh of relief.
All right, thank you.
The kind of luck Arie Luyendyk has had this week, guys, as we've had record temperatures here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and in the Indianapolis area. He may have the only hotel room in our hotel that doesn't have air conditioning. That's the kind of luck he has had here all month long.
But he does make an absolute point in the external aspects of qualifying. Can't just be a fast driver, fast car anymore. There's so many other factors that affect whether or not you can qualify for the Indianapolis 500, and certainly speaks to the team aspect of this sport. There's the pole sitter, Billy Boat, and the ceremony in which he was handed a spare $100,000. Got himself a new Harley Davidson. What a guy. Back in Indianapolis, a beautiful day. I'm Paul Page, and there's a group of drivers who are here at the track. They need to try and qualify. This is that list. Jimmy Kite, remember, 3 different accidents within the past week. Tice Carlson, well, they found another car for him. They're going to give him a shot. Danny Drynen's out, took a look at it. Claude Bourbonnais has not been anywhere near the kind of speed that he needed, so we hope for him as well as for Joe Gosick. See how he will do through the afternoon. Hideki Matsuda, well, he can do it if he will find the time. And Scott Harrington, he's going to have to find another team if he is going to find that qualifying position. Stefan Gregoire, Lynn St. James, big question marks, and it really makes you wonder what this afternoon holds in store and when they will make the decision. I know, 4:30, that's all I could hear yesterday. 4:30 Indianapolis time. I'm telling you, it's not that simple, because it's not just getting in line, it's getting to line.
Yeah, you have to get to the line, and obviously there will be a few less cars today than what we saw yesterday trying to get in that line, but it's going to be tough. You don't want to wait too late. Obviously the conditions get faster for these cars. The later that you wait in the day, that's what makes Bubble Day fun. You never know.
Scott Harrington has had some terrible luck in Indianapolis. Remember last year he could have put the car in the show on the final minutes of qualifying. And today, the engine lets go, and boy, it let go big time.
He didn't realize it till he had already turned the wheel down to the apex of turn number 1, and of course when the engine blows, oil comes out of the engine and onto the rear tire. So there was nothing Scott Harrington could do, but he really walloped the wall. From this angle, you can just see the incredible impact that he has here. Not much time to slow it down, slaps it hard, but the good news is he is okay, even though his dreams are shattered.
Yeah, and he was so frustrated after this car rolled to a stop. The good news was that he was okay. In fact, he was okay enough to be really angry.
And the reason that he is angry, of course, is they had one car, one engine. His first lap was fast enough to qualify him easily for the starting field of the Indy 500. He's on his second lap. Nothing he did. The wind was blowing in a direction that the engine's revving high down here at the end of the front straightaway. It blows up, and his effort is over.
Well, at least the team effort is over. Now, there are plenty of cars back there. The question is whether or not an owner is going to release a car to Scott Harrington. But I've got to tell you, Scott is a very popular race driver here at the Speedway, and there just may be an owner that will step up to that situation. Eliseo Salazar in the field. Let's go down to Dr. Jerry Punch.
Well, Eliseo, we saw what happened yesterday, and you bounced back with a backup car. Let me ask you first, how was the shoulder feeling this morning when you tried to get in the car?
I felt better, you know. It's a bit sore, but not as bad as I thought. I took some pills and I slept well, so it's better than I expected.
You went out with one attempt, which would be your second attempt on the backup car this morning, and ran a first lap at 2:17.3, a second lap at almost 2:17 flat, and then the car quit. What happened?
You know, I was adjusting the bars, and I hit the kill switch, you know, the on-off switch, trying to adjust the bar, and the car quit. But by that time, when I put it on, again, I had lost a couple of seconds, and I decided to wave off. We had still one more attempt.
So you had the one attempt left, which you ran this a little bit ago. Now, the question is, you ran this 4-lap attempt about 45 minutes ago, and the track temperature was 141 degrees. Did you contemplate waiting later in the day, maybe running at 4 or 5 o'clock?
Yeah, it was a decision we took with the team because we have another option. We have another chassis, another Riley Scott that belonged to an in-house team. And if we hadn't taken, you know, the third attempt, we would have been waiting with this car, and we wanted to get it out of the way. It was a calculated risk that might or might not pay off, but we decided to do it, and now we'll concentrate on trying to get this other car up to speed.
So now the people know you did indeed have a backup plan. So they were questioning that you guys had lost your mind, but you had a backup plan. Anyway, 4 laps for Eliseo Salazar, the average 2:16.259. Congratulations on joining those that have qualified.
Okay, I don't know if we're still there, but we'll have to sweat it a little bit more.
All right, Eliseo Salazar, we check in with Jan Beekes.
And Jerry, that answers a lot of our questions, because it did not seem to make very good sense to accept that run in the heat of the day. But of course, what he just told us, they have the opportunity to go to another chassis, to go out and possibly re-qualify if they get bumped out of the field. So maybe that is good strategy. Go ahead and get a solid time, and if you get bumped, you have another car to use. We assume that was his last car because he crashed the primary. That was his T car, but thankfully Riley and Scott Paul has got another one for him.
Again, you have a little over 3.5 hours to qualify here, and timing has been said time and time again is in fact everything, and figuring out how to get that car back in line would make a difference. Earlier today, Armed Forces Day at Indianapolis, and so the Armed Forces are present and doing the ceremonies. Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the track is still open for practice and/or qualification. They are practicing at the moment. Remember, keep it here on The Deuce. We'll continue to bring you all of the latest from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway this week. Watch Indy Live Daily Report here on ESPN2 all this week at 6:30, and you can just get a glimpse of it. The windsock is totally limp. No wind at all, and that means you could qualify, except track temperature 141 degrees. What are you going to do now? You're a team, you're in line, there's still slots open. Kind of drive you nuts.
What you do is you go out there and you try and get a setup on the car, and you try and get it tuned to these conditions, but you know you're not going to qualify now. You know you're going to qualify when it's cooler. So the cars that you hear running behind us really aren't the cars that are going to qualify or try to qualify this afternoon. They're guys who have already qualified that want to get out there and get some running under race conditions, because the only other time they can run from now is just a little bit on Thursday.
Now, you remember this situation yesterday? Beautiful blue car, Paul Durant, looking so good until this. Into the corner, lost it even before he hit the apex, put the left side of the car into the wall and put it in hard.
Again, the idea of these cars, they're designed for the parts to fly off. We can't say enough times that what you're looking for in these particular circumstances, let the car fly apart. It's designed that way. That helps the driver. It dissipates the energy.
But how is Paul Durant? Well, right now, he's with Gary Gerald.
You see his helmet here, colorfully attired on the wall. That means Paul Durant is back in business, ready to go. How are you feeling physically after yesterday's incident?
Well, physically, I'm fine. I bumped my elbow a little bit and banged my knee, but other than that, I'm fine.
From a mental standpoint, how are you doing?
Well, it's tough, but, you know, these guys busted their fannies all night last night, put the car back together. They just now finished it. We've got a few different things on the setup that we think are going to help it a bunch, and we'll just go out and try it. And if it is, then we're going to get this thing in the show and move on.
How much pressure are you feeling as that clock ticks away, and we're down now to, what, about 3.5 hours before it's all over?
You know, I mean, obviously there's a fair amount of pressure, but, you know, this has been a real long week of struggle for everybody, and at this point, you know, it's not the time to go crazy. We're just going to go out, and if the car's right, we'll make some adjustments to it and get ready to qualify. That's all we're trying to do right now.
Good luck. Hope you find some speed.
Thanks.
You can hear the engine of Jack Hewitt roaring. He'll go out and do some work, but a yellow flag just coming out now, Paul.
Yeah, there are a number of cars that have been out. Hi, Paul. A number of cars have been out on the racetrack in the past few minutes. Roberto Guerrero's just been out there. Kenny Brack has been out in his 14 car. Those are cars, of course, already qualified in the field and using whatever time they can find, and it is very limited to try and test a race setup.
Yeah, and the idea there, Paul, is, of course, when you run for the race, you run with some more downforce on the car. You, of course, start the race with a full tank of fuel. The car's much heavier, and who knows, maybe the race will take place in conditions just like this. You can learn a lot, and they're much less nervous than the guys trying to get into this race.
Let's take a look at the way the starting field looks right now, and as we go through the rows and you look for your favorite, we'll tell you that the slowest in the field is Billy Rowe at 2:15.7. He would be, at the current situation, the first car to come out. That's assuming no one else goes slower than he. They take the slowest car out of the field, and then everybody behind that position moves forward. Roberto Guerrero and Kenny Brack, as we've mentioned, have been out. Also out, though, Hidesi Masuda, 215 miles an hour the last time that he moved around this course, and he is yet to qualify, so he could be one of those coming up. The only question is when. Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the yellow is on. Assumption is a track inspection. No qualifier in the line. It's empty. And certainly no incident on the race course. We expect qualifiers at any time. We anticipate that greatly. The question, again, will be a matter of time. When do you head out onto the racetrack? It's got to be driving some guys back in Gasoline Alley crazy trying to figure out how to do that. Certainly not helping our mental attitude, though we've seen plenty of good action here today. Arie Luyendyk finally makes it into the field, and the guys who are already in the field can relax a little bit and try and work on their race setups. For Billy Boat, the pole sitter, what a great story he is. This morning meant that he and the rest of the front row came out for the official photograph of the front row with all the literally hundreds of photographers that are here at the Speedway. And then AJ and company, low chew rate for AJ, the GTE Front Runner Award. And then he peels and sticks on that new PPG logo on the car. There's Greg Ray. Of course, he's picking up sponsors as things go along. Could still do with a few more bucks. And with his wife, Andrea, Billy Boat and the family of 4 kids are enjoying some time at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on this Armed Forces Day with all the static displays of equipment and helicopters back inside Turn 4. This is a day where at the track you can watch some racing, hit the Indy Fan Fest, hit the military displays, hit the concession stand, then head back to any seat in the house, because there are no reserve seats on time trials at Indianapolis. Boy, it's got to be the best ticket, not just in North America, but in the world.
And I think if we step back to that front row, Paul, I think in particular, don't lose sight of the fact that Billy Boat's speed that he posted, people talk about Billy Boat being on pole, but he just wiped everybody out, but especially with that 2:24 opening lap. So certainly hats off to Billy Boat, AJ Foyt, Canseco. That was an incredible effort.
There is that static display over on the infield of the track, and fans going over there. You saw the U.S. Navy brought a submarine. I really tried to talk him into landing a Hornet on the backstretch, but nobody would stretch the wire. I'm sure some of my buddies could have done that. It's been a good day at Indianapolis. It's going to be much better. We'll be back with more from the Speedway. Back at Indianapolis, we have just gone green once again, and Buddy Lazier already qualified. He answered that call and brought it right back in. Eddie Cheever is out on the track as well, and Kenny Breck continues to practice. One of the stories of the day, and where will it go? Scott Harrington, let's send you down to the garage area again.
Well, the canvas you see right here is covering up what's left of what was a very, very good race car. The Dallara Aurora Firestone shod machine of Scott Harrington, the Larry Nash crew working on the car. And Scotty, earlier today, you guys went out in a pretty heroic effort to get the car qualified and ran a great first lap.
Yeah, you know, we went out and ran I mean, compared to the field right now, a great first lap, but it really, for the way we were running this morning, it wasn't as great as we had hoped. I made a lot of mistakes on that lap, and we certainly, I think the second, third, and fourth laps would have been considerably quicker. And, you know, unfortunately, we went into turn 1, and it was a good lap, plenty good enough to be in the show. And like I say, no one who went on quicker thought it was going to be a good one, and we got into 1, and the engine let loose, and I was a passenger at that point.
You had run 217.923 miles an hour the first time by. As you came across the stripe and we began to see a little bit of smoke out of the back of the car, did you have any other warning that the engine was about to let go?
No, it was running great until then, and, you know, unfortunately, I really didn't feel anything. You're traveling so fast that by the time I felt something, I was in turn 1, just turning the wheel. I felt the engine start to tighten up. And again, I just hung on and stood on the brakes. And, you know, I mean, once the car came around, I kind of tried to keep the car straight for as long as I could so it wouldn't hurt the chassis. And unfortunately, it came around. That was all she wrote.
The car pretty well used up. Do you have any alternatives, anything working for you possibly to get in someone else's T car? I know you worked a year long to get here.
Well, you know, we certainly have. And
you know, right now, I mean, this was the only car. We had one engine, and that's all we had. We don't have any more money. I've talked to a couple other teams, and hopefully there are a couple of teams that might want to do something. You know, I don't know. We've certainly put the word out. We got a lot of people that really want to see us in the show that are trying to help, and we'll just play it by ear. And as the day wears on, we'll see if you never know. Maybe we're going to be the Sunday afternoon show for a 3rd year in a row, but right now it's kind of doubtful. I mean, again, we don't have a dime left, and we're in the hole in this deal as it is. So we'll just have to hope somebody appreciates what we've gone through to be here and like to put us in a car.
Well, Gary Gerould is a young man that works an entire year putting together enough money to get here and hoping that they would get the winnings, possibly to be able to pay the bills. That's not going to happen here in 1998.
Well, Jerry, unfortunately, there are other similar stories, not so much relating to a man trying to generate the funds to run the team, but for Jimmy Kite, he and his crew have had an adventure that nobody would want to have over the past 8 days here at Indianapolis. Starting a week ago today on Sunday, he found the concrete crash walls. It is actually the 2nd time he'd hit the walls in the span of a couple of weeks because of rookie orientation. He'd also had a problem. As it turned out, they were able to survive and walk away from this one, getting into a backup car, which he put on the racetrack then later in the week. On Thursday, however, an oil fitting broke underneath the engine. It dropped oil on the rear tires, and you know what happens when that happens. And the consequence is never good. Fortunately for Jimmy Kite, once again he was able to walk away without injury. But then came yesterday and another opportunity, and still another adventure as he got into the cement crash wall. So what was left for Jimmy Kite? It looked very, very bleak yesterday, but Luke Wellington and the team got together last night and they said, we can repair the tub that was damaged on Thursday. His teammate Billy Rowe qualified yesterday. They repaired the tub. They took some of the key elements off of Billy Rowe's car, put it on this car, working up until midnight or shortly after last night. This is the end result. They came out and tested this morning. In the open practice, they found 212.5. And then as the temperatures soared, they continue to work this afternoon. And within the last hour, they found 216 plus miles per hour. So now the car is trimmed. The car is ready. Brad McCandless, sitting on the wall, told us moments ago, we're looking for a drop of temperature of about 10 degrees. Right now, the last report, it dropped from 141 to 138. If they get it down in the 120s, then it's going to be time to go and try and qualify again. So another adventure for another young driver trying to make his first Indy 500 start. His name is Jimmy Kite.
A couple of things to comment on there. First, with the reference to Scott Harrington, I would think the smart move would be to go over to John Menard's garage and put on the longest possible face you can and hope that a guy like John sees that you're there and sees that you can do it. And then the Jimmy Kite situation, there's a couple of good stories about it because Jimmy's got to be the most likable driver in this racetrack. Comes here as a rookie with the greatest spirit that I think we've ever seen. Every time he wrecks a car, he's got to bring the crew donuts. And Tom Stevens said it a few minutes ago. The crew's getting fat.
Yeah, obviously, that is one of the things that you do to keep the morale nice between your crew and yourself, because those guys are working hard. And when you look at that car, Paul, when you see the orange parts and then you see the yellow, both the day glow colors, that's because they took the parts off, like Gary had said, from the qualified car of Billy Rowe. So they have gone and stripped a car that already made this race so they can try and get their other car in the show. So the team has been robbing parts from one car to another while they have to get Billy Rowe up to speed because he could get bumped. He might have to run the spare car. So it's going to be a Scandia day today for sure.
And it brings you to one of the interesting questions at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. This is always so amusing to me. What is a race car? Now, that's real important because if you have an accident, you know, the rule says it's got to be the car you qualified. And now here they're taking parts off a qualified car, putting it on another car. That doesn't break the rule to the best of my knowledge because the real definition is tub and engine combination. And look at the serial numbers on both and make sure that's what goes to the line along with the tires that you used for qualifying. But at times they have really stretched that out to try and help a guy here. You know, there has been a time when maybe only the radiator cap was the same because there was a crash during the final practice day, what they call carb day here. And boy, It's been really an unbelievable situation to try and figure out what is a race car. Frankie Delroy, the old tech director here, passed away back in 1977. He used to put his own little marks on the cars so he could tell even if they moved the serial number plate. Now, what about the situation of Stéphane Grégoire? Jerry Punch, can you get us up to speed there?
Well, Paul, the fortunes of the 29-year-old Frenchman, as you said, Stéphane Grégoire, lie primarily in the hands of the veteran engineer and team manager Darrell Soppe here for Tom Chastain Motorsports. And Darrell, you guys this morning went out and ran laps over 2:16. The question is, how long do you wait to make an attempt?
Oh, we're thinking around 4:30, somewhere around there. We're going to let the track cool down a little bit, and then we're going to go out and do it. He thinks he can run a 2:16 or 2:17, so that's what we're hoping for.
You've been here a lot of years. You were with Al Unser Sr., Tommy Sneva, of course, Rick Mears, a successful venture here with Mears and others. Do you feel that how much speed can you gain later in the day? Can that 2:16 go to 2:17.5 when the track cools down considerably?
Well, we're hoping so. It's always a little bit faster, so I think we might be able to do something like that.
Got to ask you guys ran so well. The underfinanced team of Tom Chastain Motorsports, you finished 4th at Orlando, backed it up with another 4th place finish at Phoenix, but you've struggled here in the month of May. What has been the problem? Has it been engines? Has it been chassis, a combination?
Well, earlier in the week we were running fairly decent. We were real conservative with the RPM and the engine, and then late in the week we had some mechanical problems in the chassis, and we chased it for about 3 days, and it really got us behind. So we finally figured it out what it was, and now we're starting to get back on target, but it's getting a little late.
Oh, that's Darrell Soppe, and this is the Blue Star battery machine of Stéphane Grégoire. As you heard him say, they will be one of the cars we will be following this afternoon, probably in the last hour and a half, as they will attempt to qualify. They have enough speed. The question is, do they have to pick the right time to go out and make sure they can keep the speed consistent for 4 laps? Let's check in with Gary Gerould.
Way up in the north pits, Jerry, we're looking at the familiar yellow and black colors of the Pennzoil Nortel Special. Scott Goodyear qualified this car yesterday and is getting out here to do a little last-minute work, getting ready for next Sunday's race. Scott, you're telling me that this car, really, you haven't changed a thing from yesterday because you qualified in full race trim, not a qualifying setup.
Well, we want to have some more time to make the car work, but we had so many problems throughout the week, we just didn't get that opportunity. So essentially what we did is we didn't get a chance to aero the car out all that much, and we basically brought the car out today as we qualified it, and that's probably going to be close to the race.
What is your comfort zone in the car now?
Well, I'm very comfortable with the speed that we ran yesterday, and we had 4 of those laps very close together, and I think this race pace will probably be a little slower than obviously, but my concern right now is that with the G-force that we can go the speed that the Delaras can when we have to go racing for those last 15 or 20 laps of the event.
Now, you bring up an interesting point because we've heard you and others who drive the G-force say it doesn't respond as well in heat. So are you looking for a cool day next Sunday?
Well, I think if it was a cool day, it would probably benefit us more than maybe necessarily the Delara guys. But if the heat changes a lot or the humidity changes a lot, these cars are so sensitive, it's awful to drive.
Okay, that's Scott Goodyear. He'll be on the track shortly, Paul.
Scott Goodyear in his race setup. I don't want to leave you with a bad impression. They can change the engine before the race. U.S. Air Force providing the flyby today at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Armed Forces Day. This is Paul Page. We're back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where the flag of the Pep Boys Indy Racing League flies proudly. What a great weekend it's been for the IRL. Thursday is Carb Day here at Indianapolis, and ESPN will bring you all of the action as the drivers take to the track for the last practice session before the big race. And then be sure and tune in for the fun and excitement of the pit stop competition. Don't miss it, Thursday at 3 o'clock right here on ESPN. Now, one of the drivers that has been out working on his race setup, qualified yesterday, is Davey Hamilton. That's a G-force, the fastest G-force in the field.
And I think that's one of the things, Paul, that may have been overlooked by a lot of the teams and certainly by the media, is the top 7 cars so far that are qualified for the Indianapolis 500 are all the Delara chassis. So Davey Hamilton effectively is first in class, and that doesn't mean that the Delaras will necessarily win this race. It just means in qualifying, they had faster cars. So Davey Hamilton, congratulations. That was a nice run, and let's hope the G-forces are faster come race time.
Speaking of G-forces, let's go back down to Jerry Punch.
Well, back down in the Team McCormick Garage. What you're looking at right now is the car, the G-Force Aurora Goodyear machine that 40-year-old Raul Boesel, the Brazilian, qualified He was the first car to roll off the line today. And Raul, I know you were very, very glad to finally get the car up to speed and get those 4 laps in.
You got that right, yes. We kind of have a difficult week, and we couldn't get going until late Friday to have a direction to get some speeds and to get a good balance on the car. But finally we did, and we missed on time to go on the track yesterday afternoon. So was first in line to do this morning. The car felt comfortable in practice, and we just, put in line and went.
We're going to watch your last 2 laps of qualifying, Raul. The first time by, you ran a 2:18.441, and then backed it up with a 2:16.894. Now we're watching lap 3. Why the big drop between the first and second laps?
Normally pretty consistent, but the car felt pretty good in the first lap, and the second lap even surprised me when mid-to exit 1 I gave quite a good push, so I need to get out of the throttle, and that's what dropped the speed. So I need to check the other corners if what the car go to react, if that push will increase or just stay the same. So when I saw the lap is 16.9 or 16.8, I felt that I can maintain that, and was good enough to qualify.
Well, you picked it up here as you complete lap number 3, coming off turn 4 to take across the stripe. You picked the speed back up to 217.024 miles an hour. Were they talking to you on the radio as you were beginning lap number 4, knowing that you had speeds comfortable to get in the field?
Well, I have in my dash every lap, and I figured that was a good average. We studied pretty much what it would take to be in the field, and I knew that the way I was driving, I would be doing another high 16 or low 17s, and then, be an average of 217 something. That I felt comfortable about, and we just, complete the run.
Well, the 4-lap average for the Brazilian Raul Boesel, 217.303 miles an hour. Twice he has started on the front row. It's his 10th Indianapolis 500. And Raul, the fact that as you take the checkered flag here and get the car qualified, the fact that you're in the field with your experience, that should help you now that you've gotten the car so comfortable.
Yeah, I think so. It's a long race, a lot of strategy going on, and a lot of pit stops. I think I have 7 or 8. I think I've been in this position before, and at the end of the race, if you're running consistently, you'll be there on the top. So, and that's what we're looking for.
Well, good luck to you next Sunday.
Thank you.
Raul Boesel, let me show you a little something on him that I think is pretty unique. Every driver has their own signature on the race car. Boesel has basically a thumbprint. He puts right above his name, a little bigger than his thumb, but basically it's a thumbprint with a checkered flag dotted inside. A nice little insignia for the Brazilian Raul Boesel, who has finished 3rd, 4th, and 5th here, but has yet to finish 1st or 2nd, maybe next Sunday. Jan Beekes?
Well, Jerry, there's another story that happened to Raul Boesel yesterday. He was in line behind Dr. Jack Miller, and he hoped to go out and do the qualifying run very late in the day yesterday. Dr. Jack Miller's car would not start. Their starter would not turn it over. You only have 60 seconds. If you can't get it done, you have to pull out of line. Dennis McCormick, who is the team owner for Raul Boesel, took their starter, gave it to Dr. Jack Miller so he could get on the track. Raul did not. It made a full 10 positions difference for them. They're way down the field, but it was great sportsmanship.
It is the kind of thing that you see constantly at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway among these great competitors, because they want to make sure that everybody has a chance to make it into the show. Who will make it in today? Today's coverage of Bubble Day is being brought to you by Pennzoil, specially formulated for today's stop-and-go driving. Stop. Go Pennzoil. Another one of the big questions at Indianapolis is Danny Drynan, a former mechanic, and then went into the racing game himself, had a serious accident in a midget, but he's been at Indianapolis, trying to get into this field, right on the edge of getting in. Gary Gerould?
Quite a story, of course, Paul. In the DB Man entry, number 24, Danny Drynan had himself an adventure on Tuesday. And it wasn't the kind of adventure that anybody ever wants to have in Indianapolis. Danny, unfortunately, has had a couple of these in his career. But he was able to come away from a very violent hits with a damaged race car, some certainly injured pride. But he was basically intact, and that is the good news. As we look at that particular crash, and you can see just how violent it was. But that meant that the team had a tremendous amount of work to do. But other teams pitched in, including the Foyt team, the Howerton group, the Chitwood team, the gearbox shed. They gave them a brand new gearbox. They put this car back together. They took their available power plant. It was a brand new engine, came out on Thursday. Only got 2 laps, however, and it went away. And so it was back into the doldrums for this team. So they got out the engine that was in the car after they crashed it. Nanny, you came out here this morning. You went the fastest you've gone at any time this month. You had a solid 218 plus. And then tell me what happened as you went out this afternoon and lost a lot of straightaway speed.
Well, we ran yesterday and we were still a little slow. Ronnie Doss from the Helmelgarn team came over and helped us out with change some setup stuff around, and Dennis LaCava from Helmelgarns, they came over and worked with us this morning. We ran a mid 18 this morning. Very pleased with that. Thought we'd put it in line and go make an attempt. Went out to qualify, and it was running funny just coming out of the pits. Ran 2 laps. We were only running 2:14s. We lost almost 10 miles an hour down the straightaway, and come to find out that air temperature sensor had failed and it was making the engine go dead rich. So they've replaced that, started up. I mean, you can hear the difference in the tone itself. So we're going to go out and run a couple laps and make sure we've got our straightaway speed again, and hopefully put her back in line.
Now there's another concern, however. We mentioned that this was the old tried and true race engine. It's got 670 miles on it now.
Typically they don't want you to run over 500 miles, and we didn't have any choice. We had the 2 engines we came here with. We're a low budget deal, but we're trying to make it all happen. So we were very hesitant to even take and run some practice laps, but it's what we have to do right now.
So hopefully if they can squeeze out another 25 or 30 miles out of this engine, they'll be in the field. All of that yet to unfold this afternoon. Wish you well.
Thank you very much.
Jerry Punch.
Gary, we caught up with Al Spire, who's the motorsports director for Firestone Racing, and yesterday we talked to Stu Grant from Goodyear. And Al, you guys didn't get the pole this year, but after winning back-to-back Indianapolis 500s, you've got to be pleased and surprised a little bit about having Greg Ray in the middle of row 1.
Well, yeah, I think Greg had run pretty well all week long. You know, he had been in the top 5, I think, most of the week, and I really think if he had run right at the end of the day, he might have even done a little bit better. But to have Greg on the front row and all 3 cars in the second row on Firestones, we had 4 of the top 6, and we're quite pleased with that.
Al, we're going to look at the last 2 laps of Greg Ray's run, an impressive run because of when it came. And not only didn't come late in the day, it came with a lot of heat, and that certainly has to give your guys, the Firestone engineers that have worked so hard, Dwayne Joyner and the other guys, a lot of confidence about what could happen on race day.
Yeah, you know, our engineers have been here back starting probably in March, doing a lot of testing, both when it's been cold out and when it's been hot. And Greg Ray's first lap was his fastest lap, and he got pretty close to the wall a couple times and had to back it down a little bit, but a good strong run. And he had run strong on Thursday afternoon in the heat, and I think that's the most important thing, that you're going to have to run well when it's hot out during race day, and we think we've got a lot of cars that are well prepared to do that.
As we watch the end of his 2 laps of running, when he came here, Thomas Knapp, Greg Ray's owner, said he came here with 1 car, 2 engines, and really no sponsorship. All they had was a little bit of help from Firestone, and said Firestone could be our savior, and indeed, they may be your savior, putting that car in the front row.
Well, yeah, I mean, they really buoyed our spirits yesterday. They were our 1 car up front, and a little bit unexpected, I think, for a lot of people, but we've been trying to help them out as we've tried to help all of our teams here at Indianapolis, and certainly come race day, we think we are very well prepared.
Well, he's in the backstretch of lap 4. We just saw Greg Ray get a little bit squirrely just a moment ago, coming out through the corners there, so, but he did indeed put the car solidly in the field. The Genoa Racing car number 97 yesterday in qualifying, a total elapsed time of 2 minutes 42 seconds 0.8 and the average speed of 221.125 miles per hour. He gets a checkered flag. I got to ask you, you know, Greg Ray was a surprise. I know everybody was talking about Team Menard and Team Treadway with Firestones, but the guy's garage you're standing in front of here, Sam Smith, also a pleasant surprise for you guys.
Yeah, Sam's, you know, on the outside of the second row, an excellent run for qualifying. I think it's another car that's extremely well prepared for the race. And another factor, I think you think about Greg Ray's run, where he did get a little bit out of shape a couple times, but was able to catch the car and return it. And Tony Stewart had the same thing on his qualifying run. He got into a 4-wheel slide drift there. He was able to catch it, and I think that's the type of tire performance and handling you're going to have on race day to race with other cars.
All right, that's Al Spire, who is the motorsports director for Firestone Racing, trying to make it 3 in a row for Firestone. They didn't get the pole, but they want the big one come next Sunday. Let's go to Jan Beekes.
Well, Jerry, obviously winning the race is what's key for Firestone or Goodyear. But Firestone has done something different come race time. When you bring 2 sets of tires to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, you bring a primary and an option. Generally, all the option tires go together, and so does the primary set. What Firestone has done, the right side of the option set are more durable, and the left side are softer for higher grip. So what that means is you can take your primary set and use just 2 tires of the option, whatever it may be, and then you can go either way. So that's something new, gives you twice as much latitude as to what to do come race day, and you know that could make the difference.
Out on the track itself, we're at an open practice session waiting for the presence of a qualifier. Interestingly enough, most of the cars on the track have already made it into the field.
Well, the clock is ticking here on Bubble Day. Will Claude Bourbonnais be the next car to enter the Indianapolis 500? They're putting last-minute touches on the car in hopes of getting a qualifying run coming up over the next hour or two.
31 of 33 spots are currently filled. 2 open positions and 2 candidates, 2 drivers who've had big crashes this past week. But the Herculean efforts of their teams have given them a new opportunity. They'll try to qualify in the next 3 hours.
3 hours and counting at Indianapolis. 2 slots left in the field. On the track, for the most part, are cars that have been qualified, as we're in practice right now. But should a car want to make an attempt at qualification, they will shut down the practice instantly and let him out. There is a car on the tech pad right now, and that is Stefan Gregoire, though we don't know if it's a qualification or not, because many teams will come over and check their car again and again to make sure that it's legal.
And that's, of course, what you want to make sure. If you keep it until the last moments of qualifying, you don't want to get kicked out of the tech line. You got to make sure that, in fact, you can go make that run.
There is Stefan Gregoire's car, and they're actually backing it back off of the tech stand. So I guess the assumption is that this was another check for legality before they try to put that car out. But Daryl Soppe and the crew want to think about it just a little bit longer. We're going to show you the way the field is lined up. As of the moment, the 31 positions that are now occupied, and we're just going to go through the starting field for you so you can find and refresh yourself on how your favorite is done. And as you do look down through the field, you will want to note the speed of Billy Rowe at 2:15.7. That's the slowest thus far. 2 positions to go, and then the bumping will start, and the entire process is a product of who has the courage to put a car in the qualifying line and trying to put it on the track in the heat of the day. But you heard moments ago the temperatures are dropping on the track surface. In fact, they've dropped about 10 degrees. And as a result of that, the questions begin, the pulses begin to quicken a little bit. When will they go at Indianapolis? There is a large group available to try and qualify in to the Indianapolis 500-mile race field. Second quick in the field, of course, our second slowest in the field is Eliseo Salazar. So those are the 2 guys who are the most nervous at the moment.
Yes, obviously they hope that the track conditions stay poor, where everyone else hopes the track conditions improve. And of course, every single day here, as the sun starts to go down, the temperature on the track goes down, you get shadows on the front straightaway, it will get faster.
Claude Bourbonnais from Quebec, Canada. Well, he's been trying to find the speed. What's his situation now, Jerry?
Well, Paul, this is the Dallara for Blueprint Racing that Claude Bourbonnais hopes to be able to qualify in this year's field. Tommy O'Brien is an owner, as is Ed Rachansky. And Ed, I've got to ask you, you guys this morning went out and ran 2:14 plus, but you're still trying to gain a little bit prior to putting it in the field.
That's correct, Jerry. We had a 2:16 5:07 Thursday, and we lost it, and we've really been fighting the setup on this thing. Track conditions are very hot, but it's that way for everyone. So hopefully we're making a final change, and sure hope we can do it.
Now, Ed, you had the trap speed. This morning we watched you in practice. You ran a 227 through the trap. We're talking about the straightaway traps for you folks watching at home. But the average is 214. Obviously, there was a problem in the corner.
Yes, he had a push going in 1 and 3. And Claude's being very conservative and cautious. You know, we don't want to lose the car, so he backed out, and that's why we had our ET was down.
All right, the overall speed was 214. I think they made an adjustment, which maybe should take care of the push. And hopefully, if the crew completes here on the Ocean Spray Blueprint machine, Claude Bourbonnais, the French-Canadian, may have a shot at qualifying for his second Indianapolis 500. Paul?
Well, Jerry, you know, I mentioned this a little bit earlier, and that was that I first met a guy I call Claude Bourbonnais in Valcourt, Canada. We were snowmobiling along with Bobby Unser, and that is certainly the way that he was introduced to me by Bobby Unser. But with the, yeah, that should have been the first clue right there. But with the sophisticated tongue of a young Beekus, you say, as Jerry Punch says,
Claude.
Claude.
He prefers Claude. He's French-Canadian, and I guess when you have a name that's spelled like John, pronounced like Jan, you be more sensitive.
Claude it is. Claude Bourbonnais, or Claude if you prefer. There is the helmet of Robbie Buell. Want to hear a great story? You buy into the deal for $250. The money all goes to the Riley Children's Hospital here in Indianapolis. And if you're the one that's drawn, then you will be the proud owner of this helmet, as well as all 33 helmets of the starting field. Oh, what a good deal that is, and what a great charity. Back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, I'm Paul Page. That is the Borg-Warner Trophy, the symbol of the Indianapolis 500-mile championship. The likenesses of each of the drivers that have won the race appear there. In fact, they've had to extend it, as you see now, a new base, because they didn't have enough positions originally. And another 20 years, we'll have another couple of extensions on the base. If you want to buy some champagne for the champion, for the few moments that he actually holds that, because they put it in the museum right away, 6 gallons of champagne is what you would need.
Brian Tyler is a name we haven't talked about much. Yes, that is Mike Groff's car, his backup car, the 10T. But Brian Tyler is going to get an opportunity to qualify today if he can get it up to speed. And he's been 209 on 2 laps ago, 205 as he just came by the previous lap. So he's a few more miles an hour will be where he needs to be.
Eddie Cheever has been out there as well, just in fact blistered a lap off at 216 in a car that's already qualified. As we continue to watch Ryan Tyler in the Visionaire Bryant Heating and Cooling car. This car is owned, of course, by Jonathan Bird, a longtime car owner here at Indianapolis, and Mike Groff would be the other driver of the car.
Mike has been very frustrated. I mean, the whole crew has been having difficulty making Mike Groff comfortable in the car. And although Brian Tyler is a rookie, having another driver there so that they can bounce information back and forth hopefully will give them both confidence. The ideal situation would be to have a very experienced driver that could help Mike bounce some setup stuff off, but certainly he's very experienced in sprint cars, very experienced driver in his own right, and hopefully he'll be able to get up to speed and make a qualifying attempt.
Look at that helmet too. It's great looking. In fact, the paint jobs on each and every helmet are so very special. And once again, I think I mentioned, to make myself clear, if you win that charity deal, the $250 buy-in, it's a helmet that they actually wore in qualifying, not the race helmet, and we will not permit any driver to go out without his helmet, so don't worry, you're not going to short a guy on a helmet deal. Jerry Punch, you're looking at helmets too.
We're down in the Simpson garage, Paul. I want to tell you that this is what a helmet looks like prior to being painted. They're basically, you buy them from Simpson or from Bell or whatever. They're basically white, but this is the Bill Simpson helmet. Let me show you what Bill has done. He's tried to work on some problems over the years with when a driver is impacted in a crash. What happens is the visor will flip open. Now, in previous years, they had a little pin right here that this visor would slip over, but as the helmet would hit with the impact and the G-force, the helmet actually in the visor would flex, allowing it to pop open. Well, this year, Bill Simpson decided he would fix the problem with this little Posi-Lock. And basically, you have 3 different detents. You can raise the visor 3 different positions and come back down. And so during a caution flag, a driver can get air, and all he does is take his hand and just pop the front of it shut, and it's locked. There's what's called a Posi-Lock. It cannot come open. You can pull, push, you can have any kind of impacts. They put it on a sled and tested it. It will not open. So that's what the drivers have been asking for years, is a way to keep this visor down upon impact. And when you simply want to open it, you reach back and just push it forward right there. And then you can raise it during a caution flag and get air. And then when you get ready to go back to green, they simply flip it down, takes his hand, pops the front of it, and it's locked and will not open whatsoever. So certainly a new invention for Bill Simpson to be able to protect the driver's face and facial area upon impact here at a high speed at Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Bill Simpson, a former driver at Indianapolis, so he certainly appreciates the safety aspect of the Speedway. There he is. How you doing, Bill? Caught you, didn't I? I'll tell you what, though, and he'll confirm the story. He was going down the backstretch here one day and suddenly realized he was thinking about things other than racing. And he said, I better get out of this business. And he went into the safety equipment business, now the standard of all safety equipment. I'll tell you another Bill Simpson story as well. He years ago decided he could demonstrate the integrity of his fire suits by setting himself on fire. Exactly what he did. Full fire suit, helmet, and everything. It worked perfect. They put him out. The suit protected him. The only thing he neatly forgot, after he took his gloves off, he picked his helmet off the top of his head, and whoa, did that hurt. The thing had heated up, Jerry Punch.
Well, indeed. I mean, he has done so much for racers. And we're back down here in the Bill Simpson garage. Bill, I got to tell you, we promised we wouldn't comment on some of the newer things that are coming out. But one thing you mentioned was the fact that you've got a new fabric from DuPont that actually has air inside the fabric itself, has an air layer. And you've made a couple of I guess, underwear is what you call them, I guess, for a number of drivers. And they said this air basically absorbs the perspiration and keeps the driver cool.
Yeah, it's like they make a material. It's called Cool Max. And we're making it in Nomex 3, and we're making a double air underwear, and it actually makes you feel like you're about 20 degrees cooler than you really are. What it does, it wicks off your sweat, and when it wicks off the sweat, the air passing over your body it cools you off like an automatic air conditioner.
You told me a couple weeks ago you used Jeff Gordon down in NASCAR land as a guinea pig for that, and Jeff absolutely fell in love with it. And then came Jeff Burton and a number of guys who wanted it. I'm sure once the word gets out that you're making this kind of thing that does keep a driver cool and absorbs the perspiration, they're going to want it even more. But it's also safe, I'm told.
Well, yeah, if you have that double air underwear, it's the same as having 3 fire suits on with a regular fire suit. So it's quite a good new innovation, I think.
Well, I tell you, racers have got to love you, Bill Simpson, for all you do for them. Thanks for continuing to work and do all the R&D, and thanks for letting us come in here and visit inside the air conditioning in the Simpson garage.
Yeah, you're welcome. I don't think they all love you.
Okay. Well, we do, Bill, anyway. That's Bill Simpson, Paul, and certainly over the years he has done a lot to keep drivers' careers alive and to keep them alive here in motorsports.
You know, I think he also once suggested to me that you could fire a bullet into that Lexan shield on the helmet, but he never would test that for me. Turn 2 sweets at the Speedway. Back at Indianapolis, this is Paul Page with Jan Bikas. It continues to be an unlimited practice, meaning qualified cars as well as those who want to make it out into the qualifying field can use the race course. Don't forget to tune in for RPM tonight here on The Deuce. Host Reese Davis will have a complete wrap-up of today's activities here at the Speedway. Highlights from the First Union 200 and the NHRA Mopar Parts National in Englishtown tonight at 7 o'clock here on ESPN2. Now let's go to Jerry Punch.
Paul, back in the garage in Gasoline Alley, we happen to catch 00 Joe Gosick on his way back out to get in the car and practice a little bit. Joe, this morning in practice earlier today, we saw some laps at 213 to 214 range. What are you hoping you'll be able to do? Have you made some changes on the car?
Yeah, we have. We started out halfway decent, then we kind of got off track a little bit, and we went back to the garage and put it back where it was, and we'll start from there and hopefully creep up two more mile an hour and then take a shot.
You're driving the G-Force that Mike Deere owns. Antonio Ferrari there is a consultant as well, being involved with the team. You know, you've been here before on this final day on Bubble Day, so you look very, very composed and relaxed externally, but inside, are you turning a little bit?
Well, the wick's getting turned up here now. The time's winding down, and we got to get going, and it's to make it happen now or not. So we got to do it.
How much can the driver do? I know we've heard drivers say they can maybe get a few tenths, but can you go 213 to 216 on your own?
I'm hoping the car will allow me to do that. And I think that's the way you have to look at it here. If I try to horse the car around here, it's not going to work. I've tried that the last few days, and Steve Melson, my crew chief, said you just got to go with the car, follow your instincts of what it's telling you, and that's what I have to go with right now. So we're going to go out and see if we can creep up a little more and build my confidence and everyone's confidence and take a shot at it.
All right, go ahead and begin to creep, and we'll come out and follow you in just a few minutes.
Thank you very much.
00 Joe Gosick, one of the most popular drivers here in Gasoline Alley. They get all kinds of calls from the Northeast day after day down to Bill York in the press room wanting to know if 00 Joe had been on the track and what he had run. He has a tremendous following from the short tracks.
Yeah, what's happening with Oswego Joe? Now you know. And here is what is happening with Billy Boat, the number 11 Conseco car at the A.J. Foyt stable. You just saw him as he was working in traffic with Dr. Jack Miller. Now, Miller is in that car now. J.J. Yaley is also taking a look at the press car a couple times, and the best bet is that that's just in case he would get pushed out of the field. Doesn't seem likely at this point, but who knows, and they take no chances. Billy Boat, though, right side pod looks like something new there. Are they? I mean, it's plain is what I'm saying. It's a brand new piece of carbon fiber and it as yet unpainted.
Well, it may just be that they found a crack or found one of the mounting points needed to be replaced, and so they want to put it on and see how the thing runs. It was interesting. He did not want to run around other cars. You could see him slow down on the racetrack on the previous lap, let Dr. Jack get away from him so he could run in clean air. That's the first thing you want to do. This is the 11T machine, the car that he did qualify, because the 11 car right about there is where he had his big wreck. So he only has one car to work with. He's got to be careful with that.
And a long day yesterday for Billy Boat. And finally it's confirmed no one is faster. He is the pole sitter at Indianapolis. They continue to tech cars. That's Claude Bourbonnais. Who will take the checkered flag in the 82nd running of the Indianapolis 500? Next Sunday, ABC Sports will bring you live coverage of the Indy 500. Don't miss it. Next Sunday, live, 11 o'clock on ABC Sports. Let's go down to the garage area again and Jerry Punch.
Well, we're continuing here in the Stan Waddles garage. The 36-year-old driver having some work done on his Riley and Scott chassis. But the good news for Stan Waddles is he is in the starting field and fairly solidly in the starting field for the 82nd run of the Indianapolis 500. Stan, congratulations. You were the second car to go out this morning, and you certainly made it stick.
Well, thanks very much. My guys really did a hard job, a very good job at getting everything together and getting the car feeling good. We went out for practice this morning, weren't all that quick. We had a little oversteer, and we came up with a plan for our qualifying run to put a little wing in it, see what would happen and mess with the bars, and it just worked out great.
Let's show your last 2 laps of qualifying, Stan. You mentioned you went out this morning in practice. This morning you were running laps at around 2:15, yet when you went out to qualify, your first lap on the racetrack was 2:17.260. Second time by at 2:17.523. And now we're watching a third lap that was very, very consistent.
Yeah, the car was just really great. As I said, I had a plan, actually. When I went out, I was going to do my 2 warm-up laps. If I didn't like it, I was going to wave them off and just come in and not accept an attempt. If it felt good, I was just going to go through with the run. First 2 laps were really, really good. Just held my foot down, adjusted my bar, whether the car needed it or not, for the next 2 laps, and the car was just so consistent, so on rails. It was really, really exciting.
You take the white flag, completing lap number 3, the 2:17.517 mile-per-hour lap. And then obviously you got to know from looking at the display on the dash that you're basically, if you don't make a mistake on this 4th and final lap, you're in the field. What's going through your mind right now?
Well, it's funny. I came out of turn 2 and I radioed my pits and I said, we're going to take this. We're going to take this. And it's basically like, no kidding, we're going to take this. And our car works really well in 3 and 4. And I knew if I made it on the 4th lap through 1 and 2, the 3 and 4 were really gonna be cookers. And sure enough, came flying in. 3 and 4 were cookers, and my heart was in my throat.
Well, indeed, your heart was in your throat, but boy, what an effort for Stan Waddles. We watch his 4th lap coming out of turn 4, 217.607 miles per hour for a 4-lap average at 217.477, almost 2 miles an hour faster than you practice in the morning. And I've got to ask you, I know you're a black belt in Taekwondo or Taekwondo. Did that kind of personal discipline help you with being able to concentrate for that 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes of qualifying?
Absolutely. With Taekwondo, we learned a lot of mind control, and part of racing is mind control. And to get out there, and as I said, we debated for 20 minutes before we're going to do the run, whether we're going to take it or not. Really didn't have a whole lot of time to sit down and meditate on the idea. And I had to fall back on my Taekwondo training to just put my mind in the game, in the now, and go make it happen. And it happened.
The karate, we're talking about the fact not only is it great for self-discipline, we're going to show some people some film that we have some video of you actually in the karate training program, that not only for self-discipline but incredible for conditioning.
Absolutely. Karate, Taekwondo, the martial arts is a spiritual, physical, and mental practice, and I get all three of those out of it. The physical training is fantastic for endurance. I live in Florida. The heat and the karate or Taekwondo training is really terrific. You know, the mental training is incredible. You go start busting boards and concrete and things like that with your hands. It takes a lot of mental discipline to deal with that and to believe that you can do it. And the spiritual aspect is incredible too. That's a real personal thing. So it's given me a lot. I can't go to a gym and lift a lot of weights. I get bored real fast. So I needed something to do that would stick with me and help me in other aspects of my life. And martial arts really did it.
Well, the spiritual discipline, the personal discipline, whatever it was, it all worked together for Stan Wattles, who's in the field. Stan, congratulations and good luck next Sunday.
Thank you very much. I'm excited.
Paul?
Yeah, Stan, go back and put your fist through that concrete wall back there for me one time. Wait a minute, that was stupid, wasn't it? That was really dumb. You know, here's an interesting thing, too. When A.J. Foyt owns the race car, he decides when the wave-off will occur. But Stan alluded to back-and-forth conversation because he's an owner-operator.
Yeah, and I really think that's something that Stan needs not to do. He said that he came off of turn 4 saying, we're going to take this, we're going to take this. And I really think, Stan, you need to let John Whalen, your team manager, make that decision. Because I went down to pit road today to tease him because he used to be my team manager. I said, why'd you wave that off yesterday? He says, hey, forget it. We have an owner-driver, and he makes the calls. And even with Taekwondo, I think when you're out there driving, Paul, you got to be concentrating on making those corners, not on whether you're going to keep the lap or not.
And again, the Bill Simpson example is a good example of great concentration. And that was one of not great concentration. So Stan Wattles, beautiful, beautiful black car number 19, trimmed in yellow. Back live at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the winds pick up a little bit. You can see the American flag on top of the master control tower here. We still wait for the first decision to move out into the qualifying line. Great qualification run today by the missing man of yesterday, Jeff Ward. Gary Gerould?
Well, we have tracked him down. He's been very busy since he posted a 2:19 plus today. You're the fastest qualifier of the day, and I'm sure a big load has been lifted off your shoulders.
It's a big relief for the ISM team, Tabasco. I mean, we went out ready for qualifying, and we had problems with 2 motors, so we never really got out yesterday, and I didn't want to come into this day and having to just take what we could get. But we had a real good race car. We've had a good race car all week, setup-wise, and we never got to really trim it out, so I was real happy with that run that we did with the downforce we had in the car.
Our hard-working crew is queuing up a couple of laps of your qualifying run. Was everything routine, or is anything ever routine when you qualify at Indianapolis?
I don't think it's ever. I mean, anything can pop up, and with the problems we had yesterday, I mean, that's why we went out so early. If something would have happened or I would have made a mistake, we have the backup car, plus we have 2 more attempts with that car. So, but in the morning, as soon as we went out with the motor, I did almost a 2:17 warm-up lap, and right then we knew it was time to get it in the show. And so I'm just happy to be, you know, in the show, and we got a great race car, and I'm sure we'll work up to the front.
What was the strategy as you went on the track? What kind of a number did you have in mind that maybe was a target number, and what was the number that, you know, would be the bottom that you would settle for?
Well, I think anywhere in the high 216 range would have been acceptable. I think that would have made it comfortable to stay in the show, but I knew we had a better car than that, and it was real easy to do what we did, so I'm real excited about how the car handled. And although we don't have a lot of time to do full tank runs, we did quite a bit earlier on this week. That's why we didn't really get a good qualifying setup in with the problems that we had. So I'm really excited for the ISM team, and hopefully we'll see the Tabasco car in the winner's circle.
We've got you on the final lap now. You just took the white flag, and as you come around now, obviously it doesn't make any difference as a second-day qualifier. You could go faster than anybody in the field, but it means you're going to start probably 27th in this field. Is that a big disappointment?
I don't think it's a big disappointment. I know what the car could have done. It's just circumstances that took it out, took us out of that. But you know, we were conservative on the qualifying run because of that. It doesn't matter if we did do 21 or 22. We would have been in the same spot, so it's not worth taking that risk. And we could have trimmed it out quite a bit, but we just didn't have the time in the car, and we knew what the car would do, and it was I mean, the run was real consistent, so that's what we were looking for, and our car works real well in long runs, so I think we're looking real good.
Third place finisher last year. A week from today, you got an opportunity to try to improve on that.
Thank you.
We wish him well. Before we get away from this particular garage, Gus, we're going to swing down here and show you some artwork of a teammate to Jeff Ward. This is Jim Guthrie, you may recognize. The unique artwork is provided by Jason Laird, who comes from Denver, Colorado. And Jason, we were just looking and admiring some of the stuff. This is the most unusual technique. Can you quickly tell us what you've done here?
Yes, thank you. It's a technique that only 2 people in the world do. It starts out with a photograph, and then I blow it up, and I hand paint the end product. And I've done a lot of things for professional athletes, celebrities. I was in Kyle Petty's pit for the Daytona 500 a couple years ago, and it's been a neat experience to do this Indianapolis race because I've been treated very well, and the artwork that I do is one of a kind, and people just happen to love it.
We got Jim Guthrie standing over here, and you saw the photo. Here's the real thing now, and you can tell, I mean, it's amazing, the quality of this work. This is a great addition to your den, family room, whatever, Jim.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think I'm going to surprise my mom and dad and give it to them.
Oh, that's terrific. Thanks so much for your time. Just an interesting little sidebar. You find all kinds of neat things, not only race cars back here in the garage area, Paul.
Yeah, racing tends to inspire a great deal of art. Ron Burton, for my money, one of the best that does all of the hangings that are over in the Brickyard Crossing Resort and the lounge there. And there's some great art by a number of great artists done on motorsports. Back to Jeff Ward for a second. Again at G-Force, great run.
It really was. It was in the heat of the day, and he did a time that was nearly as fast as what we saw from Davey Hamilton, who currently is first in class as far as this G-Force competition. Now, you say, well, who cares? I mean, the top 7 cars are Dallara's. Well, come race day, the Dallara may be in a more equal playing field to the G-Force, and you look at those numbers because if you want to predict who wins the race, those are important things to look at.
And how would you like to be a mid-pack car now, the way it's set up, and have a guy like Jeff Ward or Arie Luyendyk that you know in the first couple of laps is going to come just screaming past you with the other cars on the track at Indianapolis. Now, over at Indy Fan Fest, which is inside the second turn here at Indianapolis, they had a little contest. Billy Boat, the pole sitter, pulled out 4 different names and handed them over to, well, eventually Manny Moe and Jack the Pep Boys, and it was for an expense-paid trip and seat at the Indy 500. Look back in the garage area at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There are teams preparing for the race and trying to qualify. Sports Center is celebrating its 20,000th show. Join your hosts, Chris Berman, Dan Patrick, and Bob Lee as they take a look back at breaking news, investigative features, and other award-winning segments. Don't miss this special Sports Center tonight at 11 o'clock on ESPN. Eddie Cheever, already qualified into the field, now working on the race setup. He's been turning in some great laps. We saw him up at 215 on the last lap. This one he just completed, down to 211.9.
Eddie certainly had an eventful qualifying run yesterday, and Leo Mel walked by me, of course, in charge of this IRL series, and said that we'd like to give Eddie some extra credit for difficulty during the qualifying run, but there's nothing in the rules to allow that. A lot of people incredibly impressed with the effort that he did not hit the wall and went as fast as he did in qualifying.
He picked up a new sponsor this week in Rachel's Gourmet potato chips. And after they spent just a couple of days here at the Speedway with Eddie, a brand new sponsor to the sport, met a couple of the gang earlier in the week. They're so impressed with just the results that they've had so far in a very few days, 4 days, that already they said, well, let's up the ante a little bit. Let's put some money on Robbie Unser's car as well. That's a great reaction for a sponsor here at Indy.
One of the things about he working with Robbie's, he says every time that Bobby Unser comes down pit road over towards their team, he starts to get nervous because he starts thinking, Eddie does, what have I done wrong? And of course, what Bobby is doing is coming to try and help Robbie. And Eddie, however, still keeps being nervous about the whole situation.
There's the last lap posted for Eddie Cheever. Exactly right, 213.5. Well, while Eddie and those qualified in the field have it fairly easy going now, looking ahead to the race 1 week from today, there are others who are very definitely under pressure. One of those is Lyn St. James. Jerry Punch?
Well, thank you, Paul. And you're looking at the car that Lyn St. James hopes to be able to put in the field a little later today. This is the G-Force that she has with Nissan Infiniti Indy Power, and Lyn has been gaining on it ever so much. Your old driver, did I do that right, Lyn? Okay, we don't tell ages of young ladies on the air. Lyn, you guys are gaining on it. I'm told that 215 plus earlier today in the heat, and maybe that's certainly a sign that you may have enough speed to qualify when it cools off in about an hour.
Yeah, I think we will. I mean, we just now have gone to some better Goodyear tires. Not that the other ones were bad, but there are some option tires that you can use, and we've been on the prime tire the whole time. So we're just gaining the knowledge that we need to have about the car and the engine, and now we're getting into all of the aspects of the car. So the car was good out there in that heat, but we were losing some grip, and now I think we'll gain it with the tires, and we'll go out, we'll find out, and then we'll put it in line. I mean, it's getting down to the short strokes, and we'll just be ready.
You put in a different engine this morning. You went ahead and went with the new Nissan 2.5 or Phase 2.5. You got to be encouraged yesterday about what happened with Dr. Jack Miller. They found quite a bit of speed with the Nissan. In fact, you're helping do a little R&D for Nissan Infiniti, and they have come a long way in a short amount of time.
They really have, and as I said before, it's the whole package. You know, it's the car, it's the chassis, it's the engine, and it's taking that time to develop that package. But Jack did a great job in qualifying and brought those 218s out. I think caught everybody's attention. And there's really nothing wrong with these engines. It's just that we've got to get them in, I think, more cars and get them developed to the point that they'll be competitive with the Olds Auroras.
A year ago, Nissan came here, Paul, if people aren't familiar, and they were down about 75 horsepower and up about 75 pounds over the Oldsmobile Aurora package. They worked very, very diligently to get it to about 50-50, and now with the new Phase 2.5, I'm told they're very, very close, as evidenced by Dr. Jack's run yesterday, and maybe what we're going to see from Lyn St. James a little later on. So, Lyn, good luck to you in qualifying.
Thanks very much.
Paul?
Lyn St. James, another former Rookie of the Year. If she would make it into the field, she would be the oldest in the field by 5 years over the current oldest in the field, 46-year-old Jack Hewitt. Not to tell her age. I would never do such a thing. Well, back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, there's Tony Stewart. He sits on the inside of the second row. He's been out in his backup car working on a race setup, Jerry Punch.
And, Paul, what do you do after you've qualified for the Indianapolis 500? Do you go home and relax, maybe put a movie in, have a nice meal? No. Tony Stewart headed out to Indianapolis Raceway Park. And, Tony, I'm told you put on one whale of a show out there last night. Tell us, you didn't get any practice at all in the car?
No, actually, we were supposed to have a helicopter come pick us up after qualifying and get us to the racetrack, and somehow all the plans got messed up there, and I drove.
It was taking Paul Page home, who couldn't get here in time. You had to get the important people first. Now, tell us what happened to you. So you missed your helicopter ride, then you got out there.
Well, we got out there late and missed all of practice, but we got one free lap before qualifying. On the first lap, we were 200ths off the pole and started outside Jason Leffler in the 100-lapper and took the lead on the 7th lap and led all in the last 93 laps to win the 100-lapper last night.
So you won a 100-lapper last night. You're back in Indianapolis today. Now, you guys are basically Team Menard today working on race setup. How comfortable are you with the car?
Well, I just ran a 219 with a full load of fuel in the car, and we were, I was listening to what Davey Hamilton was saying yesterday about his qualifying run and running 220, and that was his race setup. And I thought, boy, if we can do that, we're going to be all right. And we know that he didn't do it on a full load of fuel, and with a full load of fuel, we ran a 19. So I'm pretty happy with the way the car's feeling. I'm going to put it in the garage for the day.
So all those Tony Stewart fans and Team Menard fans that have heard you guys talk about the problems and concerns you had over the engines, basically Butch Meyer solved the problem. You got the race set up. You're comfortable that you guys will be a factor come race day.
Oh, yeah. Butch isn't going to lay down. I mean, we got a whole week to get 2 good race motors built for myself and Robbie, and you can bet Butch isn't going to lay down until he knows he's got one that's perfect, and he won't rest till it's exactly the way he wants it. If there's one little thing that he doesn't like, he won't put it together that way. So, Butch is going to make us a couple real good ones by Thursday.
Speaking of rest, as a doctor, I'm going to encourage you to maybe get some tonight. You've been basically burning the candle, running race all over, winning races all over, but maybe tonight you can take it easy.
I think I'll take the doctor's orders, and I'll go take it easy tonight.
All right, Tony Stewart won a 100-lapper last night without even getting there in time to practice. Came close to being on the pole, and now they're going to put the car to bed in the garage. And, take a look at the pink on the helmet there. Yeah, they want to show us how that helmet is painted up so beautiful. That from the Bill Simpson stable. And we'll check in with Gary Gerould.
Here we've been talking a lot about helmets. I want to show you a latest wrinkle in technology from a man who's been involved in helmet design for many, many years, Ed Rothrock with Bell. And you've come up with a couple of unique factors here. You see Eliseo Salazar's helmet over on the right side, and over here is Roberto Guerrero's helmet. And Ed, a couple of things that intrigue me. You've got airflow that comes through these very, very small slits right here that impact or create a low pressure that helps settle the helmet. Is that right?
Right. We're using an element of Jim Fueling's that has a 7-degree area here, and then we use the wickers to shed the air off and away into the side of the car. The air flows under here and creates, over the top creates a low pressure area, and then it hits a wicker, so we're creating the downforce underneath the shell. And what that allows is for the air to flow undisturbed into the airbox and helps increase the airbox pressure.
And of course, not all of the air can get into the airbox. Some of it spills back out. And so it's very subtle here, but you may be able to see these vortex generators. And this helps here, as we'll turn this toward the camera, and this helps stabilize also the helmet. And this is so important because at speeds of over 200 miles per hour, if there's any buffeting at all, driver, it makes it almost impossible for him to see.
Yeah, well, it's really hard to understand that a driver that's going, say, 226 miles an hour down a straightaway, and his helmet is going up and forward. And so we have to do is settle them back a little bit, and then we get a pressure from the back. And these vortex generators, the air grabs the surface, and what these vortex generators do is send them off in a vortice, and as the air comes over the top of it, it pulls it away and towards the airbox.
And of course, around on the front side, there's also one other little wrinkle. Air vents we've seen for years in these types of helmets, but in this instance, the air comes in here, exits the bottom. It creates a vacuum inside when the visor is down, and it helps keep the visor clear so it doesn't fog up. So just a couple of the extra little wrinkles in the latest generation of these helmets. Believe me, it looks so simple, but there's so much technology. And also, you spend a lot of money on these things, Paul.
Ed's been around the Speedway for a long time. When I first came to the Speedway over 25 years ago, he had a little room underneath the Tower Terrace where he serviced all the helmets for the drivers, and that was kind of the hiding place. You'd go back there and spend a little time with Ed. On the track itself, Paul Durant finally back trying to get a car that will make it into the field. Remember his crash here at the track. It was pretty devastating in terms of the car, but Paul Durant hopped right out. Didn't even complain of very much soreness at all.
And of course, he at the moment is running a little bit over 200 miles an hour, 206.3. So got a bit to go yet.
Paul Durant, the 23 car. We still wait for that first move toward the qualifying line at Indianapolis. Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the view of the Master Control Tower on this, the second and final day of time trials. Bubble Day at Indy. This Thursday is Carb Day here at the Speedway. ESPN will bring you all of the action as the drivers take to the track for the last practice session before the big race. And be sure and tune in for the fun and excitement of the pit competition. Don't miss it. Thursday at 3 o'clock on ESPN. Let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, back here in the Team Scandia garage, I just called up with Jimmy Kite. Jimmy, I hear the rumors that you guys are stockpiling donuts back here. Is that true?
Yeah, we made a deal when I first came here. They told me, anytime we tear up the car Monday morning, we got to have a thing of donuts there. And I think Dunkin' Donuts ready to put us on retainer. We've torn up enough this week to even get the guys sick of donuts.
I heard you gotten 2 parking tickets in the lot from Dunkin' from being there for long in the last couple of weeks. Now, all jokes aside, you got the car back together, the 4 incidents, including going back to what happened during practice, but this car was the one that the oil fitting came apart on Thursday. How close are you to getting back to speed?
Oh, we're there. We went out in the heat of the day, like 1:30, 2 o'clock, when the track's at its hottest temperatures, and ran a couple laps like 2:16, just shaking the car down. We could wait till 5:30 and probably go run a 2:20 or something, but why? We know we can put it in the show. With as much as this team's went through this past week, we just want to get it in the show and let them rest for a week.
So possibly at 4 o'clock, a little after Indianapolis time, which would be 5 o'clock Eastern, you would go and go ahead and make a run for it and try to avoid the stampede?
Yeah, you know, we're down to one car, and we don't want to, you know, have somebody do something in front of us and us have to sit there and watch the gun go off. We got a car that's close enough. We're going to go out about 4 o'clock, shake it down, see how it goes. If it feels good, we'll put it in line, go qualify it.
And we wish you the best of luck. We followed what's happened all month long to you. It's about time maybe you had some good luck for a change. Good luck to you in qualifying.
Thank you very much.
Jimmy Kite, he's 22 years of age. He may look like he's 15, but he's actually 22. The young man hopes to be able to start his first Indianapolis 500 as they will attempt to qualify. Probably in the next 15 to 20 minutes is when they will roll to be able to make a run. Let's go to Gary.
Well, right underneath that famed sign, it says Gasoline Alley. Who do we find but the man who will start this race a week from today on the pole, Billy Boat. You've just been out on the track in A.J. Foyt's machine. Everything routine?
Yeah, you know, the A.J. Foyt Conseco car, you know, we're just doing some race day setups today, trying to run some full load of fuel stops. Car felt real good. Not trying to run real fast right now, just trying to run consistent. That's going to be the key in the race is consistency, and as long as we can stay near the front, I think we'll have a shot at it.
What has the last 24 hours been like for you and your family?
Kind of a whirlwind, you know. It's, you know, to think 3 years ago, if you'd have asked me if I'd have been on the pole this race, I would have said you were crazy. But, you know, it's a real, this place is steeped in tradition. It's a real honor to be on the pole here and, you know, just try to do a good job.
Any idea how many interviews you've done in the last 24 hours?
You know, probably 100 or more. You know, it's just like one after another. But, you know, that's all part of the job. And it's, you know, I just want to, you know, thank the whole team because they did a great job for me.
And you know you're probably going to do several hundred more before you get a chance to actually go racing a week from today.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you wish that now it's only a week shorter than it used to be. You know, 2 weeks would be even longer. So, but it's you know, it's a great honor to be on the front row.
Well, it's a great job you did yesterday at 223 plus to put it in that coveted spot. Great job.
All right, thank you very much.
That's Billy Boat.
There was actually some research done several years ago to indicate that the pole sitter at Indianapolis got more exposure than the winner. Just because of what Billy just mentioned, 2 weeks between pole day and the race. Now there's only one. Still, his exposure will be truly excellent. Those not yet qualified and who have machines and theoretically at least the opportunity to go out and qualify, but that theory will be tested by the clock as time is quickly running out. Already qualified, Scott Goodyear driving for Panther Racing, working the race setup as many of the qualified cars are, and we wait to see who will make the first move and go into the qualifying line to fill the remaining 2 positions. But let's take a look at the way they line up for the moment, remembering the first 26 on the grid are from yesterday and therefore locked in their positions. Though within that group is the car that is currently the slowest in the field and could come out. The Conseco car, Billy Boat sits on the pole, and then Greg Ray with a great run alongside. The Power Team car, Kenny Breck on the outside of the front row. In the second row, the Glidden Menard car of Tony Stewart. The Johns Manville teammate Menard car of Robbie Buell, and Sam Schmidt in the Best Western Gold Crown Racing Special. In row number 3, the Delphi Automotive car of Scott Sharp, the Niehaus Motorsports G-Force of Davey Hamilton, and Roberto Guerrero's Pagan Racing Dallara Oldsmobile. The fourth row, Scott Goodyear, the Pennzoil Panther, and Buddy Lazier in the Delta Fawcett Coors Light Hemmelgarn Racing entry, and the Kelly Automotive car of Mark Dismore. Looking further down in the fifth row, J.J. Yaley, who drives the one-call Communication Quaker State Menard, Marco Greco in the International Sports Limited Phoenix Racing entry, and Dr. Jack Miller in the Crest Racing car. In row number 6, Team Pelfrey's John Paul Jr. in number 18. Eddie Cheever with his new sponsor, Rachel's Potato Chips, and Buzz Calkins with the International Star Registry Bradley Food Mart's machine. The seventh row, Andy Mitchner in the Konica, Cyan Racing Dallara, Jim Guthrie from ISM Racing, and Robbie Unser in Team Cheever's car with a little help from Rachel's Potato Chips. And then Jack Hewitt in the Parker Machinery car, Steve Knapp of ISM Racing, and Donnie Beechler from Cahill Auto Racing. Johnny Unser The inside of the 9th row, Hemmelgarn racing car, Billy Rowe in the Royal Purple machine. And that completes the qualifiers from the first day. Then Jeff Ward in the Tabasco car, the fastest qualifier of this day. The Sprint PCS Radio Shack car of Arie Luyendyk on the inside of the 10th row. Stan Waddles in his Metro racing car, Raul Boisel from Team Beloit and Alfa Laval Team Losi out of Dennis McCormick's stable, the outside of the 10th row. And the Reebok car of Eliseo Salazar is the slowest car of today's qualifiers. Billy Rowe at 2:15 is the slowest car in the field and would be the first to come out if somebody can bump into this 500 field. I personally think that is very likely to happen.
I really think so. There's a lot of fast drivers. There's a lot of fast cars. And we know always on the final day of qualifying, and especially with these great weather conditions, we're going to be some big speeds. And how many will be bumped? Only time will tell.
I don't think we have had as beautiful a weekend as we've had here at Indianapolis this weekend in a number of years. The shadows now, as the sun starts to go down, creep over the main straightaway and the first turn, and that makes a world of difference to the temperatures. You can actually cool your tires running through those shadows. Jerry Punch?
Well, Jack Hewitt qualified yesterday, but after 25 years of waiting to get here, he is indeed in the Indianapolis 500 starting field, and he continues to sign autographs for fans. And Jack, you've had 24 hours for it to sink in. Do you believe you're going to start your first Indianapolis 500?
Under a lot of pressure. I always felt like it was easier.
At Indianapolis, the second day of time trials, the final day. Here they call it Bubble Day. There are 2 positions open in the Indianapolis 500-mile race field. 33 positions will then be filled, and then they will start bumping out.
Bubble Day. Whose bubble will burst? Which one of these will beat the clock behind me?
To 130 degrees on the track surface. Many of the teams believe the threshold is right there at 130 degrees. For the past several hours, there has been no one out for a qualification attempt. The cars that have been out for the most part have been the cars that have qualified into the Indianapolis 500 field. But any time now, we expect movement toward the qualifying line. As Gary Gerould already suggested, there are plenty of cars to fill the 2 positions and then some. And at the same time, there are a good many conversations going on back in Gasoline Alley, the garage area here at the Speedway on, well, can I make a deal for your backup car that isn't into the field? So here we go. We're ready to run at the Speedway, and the first move may have been made by Claude Bourbonnais. Gary Gerould?
Yes, indeed, Paul. We walk alongside the colorful number 27 car as they move toward the tech area. So we'll wait and see. It's still early. You mentioned track temperature 130 degrees. That's an 11-degree improvement over about an hour and a half ago. But Bourbonnais has been struggling to find speed. But right now, the crew says we're going to tech it out. We'll see if he's ready to go out and make our first qualifying attempt in the late afternoon on Bubble Day.
That process takes a few moments to accomplish. They take the car down to a technical inspection area, and they totally survey the car to make sure it meets the legal qualification to head out onto the Speedway for an official run. And it is interesting to note, though it doesn't do anybody any good at all, that when you're just practicing, the car does not have to be legal. That made a big difference in the years of the turbocharger, and one of the reasons many people are happy they're gone, because you could put a gasket underneath the turbocharger, seal off the pop-off valve entirely, and run all the horsepower you want so you could go off and show off all you wanted. Well, they don't do that anymore here. Now, will this be the break in the dam, Jan Beekes?
Well, I'm not sure if it'll be the initial break in the dam. Certainly, it'll be the first presented car that we have for qualifying this afternoon. But remember, Claude Bourbonnais can put his car through tech and then choose not to present it. What you can do is run through tech, get it checked out, and then take it out of line and still be first in line come the time to present it. So first it has to be declared legal, and even though you don't have turbochargers, there are ways to cheat. So thankfully they do have a very stringent tech inspection before these cars do hit the course. The other guy, Paul, Jimmy Kite. I think we'll see him soon.
Yeah, there are many questions to be answered in the next 2 hours, actually less than that now here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be right back with more. Today's coverage of Bubble Day is being brought to you by Wagner. Not just a better way to paint, a better way to paint better. At Indianapolis now, we are waiting to see what will happen with the qualifying lineup. But first, let's go to Jerry Punch.
Paul, one of the new names appearing out here maybe that may get a chance to qualify is the two-time USAC Sprint Car champion Brian Tyler. And Brian got in a car this morning. Haven't had a lot of time. How have you done speed-wise?
We're running about 208, 209 right now. You know, we're struggling a little bit, and I got to thank Jonathan Bird and, you know, Bryant for letting me get in the car. You know, we're trying to do in a couple hours what everybody else has had a couple weeks to do. So, you know, we're struggling a little bit, but hopefully we can get up to speed.
This 29-year-old driver from Parma, Michigan was the leading rookie finisher in both events this year thus far in IRL, so maybe he'll get a shot to qualify here in Indianapolis. That would be justice. Let's go to Gary Jarrell.
And it is starting to happen, as Paul indicated, breaking through that first one of Bourbonnais getting into the first line. Now the blue colors of Chastain Motorsports number 77, Stefan Gregoire. No stranger to Indianapolis. He is going to get into line. And right behind him, Lynn St. James at age 51, trying to make another appearance in the Indy 500. So things are starting to happen. It's going to get interesting, Paul.
All of the waiting of the day, Lynn St. James sitting in the cockpit of her car. We are getting ready to see some qualifying. Earlier in the day, the Air Force and their F-16s provided the flyby because it is, after all, Armed Forces Day as well. Back in Indianapolis at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, we're waiting for the tech to be completed, and then we expect some qualification runs. So let's set the grid the way it sits at the moment at Indianapolis, and with the note subject to change. The pole sitter, of course, is Billy Boat, driving for A.J. Foyt. Greg Ray, with that spectacular run at the end of the day yesterday, goes into the center of the front row. Then Kenny Breck. In row 2, Tony Stewart, Robbie Buell, Sam Schmidt. In row number 3, it's Scott Sharp. Davey Hamilton is there, and longtime veteran Roberto Guerrero. The 4th row on the inside, Scott Goodyear, the 96 champion Buddy Lazier, and Mark Dismore. J.J. Yaley is on the inside of the 5th row. Alongside is Marco Greco, and then Dr. Jack Miller, the Infinity-powered car. Most of the rest are Oldsmobile Auroras. John Paul Jr. on the inside of the 6th row. Then Eddie Cheever and Buzz Calkins. The 7th row, Andy Mishner, Jim Guthrie, and Robbie Unser. Jack Hewitt, the rookie, at age 46 inside row 8. Steve Knapp and Donnie Beechler, all 3 rookies. The 9th row, Johnny Unser and Billy Rowe, the slowest car in the field at 2:15.7, would be the first out. Jeff Ward, who qualified today. Then row 10, Ari Landbike, Stan Waddles, and Raul Boycell. Row 11, Eliseo Salazar. There's Hideshi Masuda. He's slowing down now at Indianapolis, but boy, he clocked a couple of quick ones and has yet to qualify.
2:15.8 on his last time by. This is a Dallara chassis with a Nissan Infinity engine done by Beck Motorsports, and we know the Hideshi can do it. So this is one of the guys certainly we'll be watching.
Jerry Punch, do you think he's ready?
Well, I just grabbed Greg Beck here a moment ago. He's the guy there in the red shirt. And he said as soon as Hideshi gets in here, and we talked to Hideshi and find out through his interpreter basically what the car was doing, if it's that good and where he's comfortable, we're going to go ahead and get in line, because the line is really starting to get lengthy up there at inspection, and they want to make sure they get a run. So now we'll see as Greg Beck goes over and Hideshi shuts the car off. Hideshi will talk to his interpreter, who's the gentleman in the white shirt here on the left side of your screen. On the right side, that is car owner Greg Beck, as they basically use hand signals and some interpretation of the Japanese. Of course, Hideshi from Japan, and basically trying to find out if the car is comfortable. From what I'm hearing, they're saying the car is very comfortable. I think Greg is encouraging them, if they can, to go ahead and put it in line and make an attempt to qualify. So obviously they have come a long way with a car that's only been on the racetrack a couple of days, and this Nissan Infinity engine. As we check in up pit road with Gary Jarrell.
The Chastain Motor Starts entry number 77 of Stefan Gregoire is in place to get in line. Stefan talking with Daryl Soppe, his crew chief here, and we'll get a quick word with him. It's all starting to happen now. How are your nerves?
Oh, I'm very stressful. But, you know, it's Indy. I guess that's the first time I'm in this kind of situation, but I think we should do it. We did a 216 this morning without to rev the engine, so if we try to rev the engine a little bit more, we get more power, and hopefully it's going to be a little bit better track conditions.
Has Daryl told you what kind of a speed that he will accept?
Yes, I think we need at least a 216.5, you know, and so we should do it, and I hope I do it for my partners. For once, we have a lot of people on the car, so we'd better do it.
Take a deep breath. Get ready.
Thank you.
Back to Jerry Punch.
Let's follow up on the conversation with Hideshi Matsuda and Greg Beck as they're talking here a little bit about the fact that the car has a little bit possibly of a push entering the corner. The interpreter basically telling Greg Beck here that, and Hideshi said, I have to basically feather the throttle a little bit. I have to go in the corner and I have to burp the throttle and get in and out to try to get the car to set. And let's see if they've made a decision. We'll go over here and grab Greg Beck if we can. We'll get Greg. Greg, if we can get a quick comment from you. We heard Hideshi talking about the fact that he has to feather the throttle a little bit in the corner. The car wants to shudder a little bit. Does he have a bit of a push?
A little bit of a push coming off of 4, and it's livable right now. I know it's going to cool off, so some of the understeer is going to go away in the car.
So would you go ahead and put it in line thinking it's going to get cooler by the time you would get to run, or are you going to go out and run a little more?
I think we'll go ahead and try and run. You know, we've got nothing to lose we've got 3 attempts on our car, and we haven't taken one yet. So I think we'll go ahead and push it in line.
All right, Greg Beck makes the call. They're going to put some fresh sticker tires, the fresh Firestone tires going on Matsuda's machine for Greg Beck, and he will get in line and be one of those that will run here in the final moments of the final day of qualifying. Let's go back to Gary.
Jerry, we've had a little change here. We're in the couple of designated pits that form the head of the line at Tech, and the IRA officials just told Stefan Gregoire, Daryl Soppe, and that team that either they bring the car up to the head of the line or to go back. They have elected to go back, so they're going to wait a little bit longer. We just talked with Stefan. He sounded like he was ready. Lynn St. James, you can see her car now being pushed back as well. So the ebb and flow of the tide at Indianapolis has taken another little turn. We don't have cars lined up, but we do have Claude Bourbonnais warming his engine. He is about ready for a qualifying attempt.
Well, you heard the comments of Greg Beck, and I'm assuming that he knows something, because that seems to be a little distortion of the way things may in fact happen. He may not have a chance to get that car back in.
Well, he's talking about presenting the car. He says, we want to go ahead and run it. We thought at first that meant run it in practice, but then he clarified it, saying we're going to go ahead and put it in line. And when you asked me earlier, will this be with Claude Bourbonnais, the opening of the dike or the dam, so to speak, I don't think so. And I think that's why these cars are pulling back in line. It's just a little bit too early right now for the big speeds. Claude Bourbonnais obviously has some confidence. These other guys aren't quite ready just yet.
Bourbonnais pulling his helmet on in anticipation of a qualification run at Indianapolis. The only car that is in line at the moment. This was last night as the payout already begins. Millions of dollars available here at Indy, and 100,000 of them now belong to Billy Boat. Also a Harley. The Indianapolis 500, the 82nd running, 1 week from today, and we'll have live coverage at 11 o'clock Eastern on ABC Sports. Don't forget, live coverage of Indy, 1 week away. Well, at Indianapolis, we move closer and closer to a qualification attempt, and ever faster toward the end of the day. And the final gun will mean the end of qualifying, and some people are going to get left out. First, let's go to Jerry Punch.
Well, Super Modified Ace 00 Joe Gosick, we're walking along with him as they have pushed his car in line. And, Joe, we saw you were at 213 this morning walking along with Mike Deere, the car owner here. You were at 213 today. You gained, what, a couple of miles an hour?
Yeah, we got up to just about 215. So we're going to see what we have. We'll run a qualifying attempt and see if we can bump it up a couple more miles an hour.
That was a comfortable 215 you ran us a little bit ago?
Yeah, I just can't seem to bump them off consistently, but we're going to have to now.
All right, we'll let you go, Joe. Joe Gosek getting ready to qualify, heading up to get in the car. And let's check in with Gary Jarrell.
One of those who's been doing a little pacing and is standing by down here now is Eddie Cheever. And I see money changing hands down here. John Barnes is making a payoff to Cheever. I don't know if I'm going to ask what this is all about, but I just saw 5 $20 bills slide into your palm, young man. Good day.
Pays his bets.
Tell me, you're out here keeping an eye on behalf of your other driver, Robbie Unser, right?
Yes, there's a few cars that are running quick. The track is faster right now. We put Robbie in the other Delar, which was my spare car this morning. He went quite well in it, so we just want to stay on top of it to know if we got to run it or not. But I'm not about to take his time off the board and have him run another one unless we have to. But I think he's in there quite strongly.
Yeah, you've got a cushion of at least, looks like 7 cars maybe that would have to be bumped before you were in jeopardy.
Those cushions disappear in a hurry, and you pucker up pretty quickly here when it gets to 20 to 6 and you only got 2 ahead of you. So the Indianapolis 500 is always the hardest place in the world to qualify. Greater teams than ours have been sent home, like Penske's in the past. So I want to make sure that we get everything right if we can. And now it's just a question of waiting to see what else can do.
Do I dare ask what the bet was about with John Barnes?
Yeah, we had a bet on what the fastest pole was going to be. Everybody thought it was going to be 2:25, an average of 4 laps, and I said maybe 2:22. So we were both wrong. I don't know why he paid me, but we're both wrong. I'm not going to tell him.
Hey, don't tell him. That's Eddie Cheever.
That reminds me. Jan Beekes said 222. I said 224. It was 224. I didn't see any money cross my. We didn't have any bet on it.
That's right, Paul.
Absolutely not. Looking for qualifying any time now, and so many names, so many concerns. Here are those not yet qualified. Jimmy Kite after his terribly long month. You talked to Tice Garlson just a few minutes ago. Mike Groff, Paul Durant, Claude Bourbonnais is right now getting ready to go out. Joe Gosek, you just met him. Hideshi Matsuda, he's been in the cockpit. They think he is very close to it. Scott Harrington has got to be back looking for a ride because his primary car, the only car they had, is destroyed. Gregoire is ready. St. James is ready. What about Mike Groff? Jerry Punch?
Well, the Clayton Cunningham, Jonathan Bird crew have pushed the car out here. And, Mike, you had an attempt yesterday which looked pretty good. I mean, the laps were over 217, and then suddenly the car seemed to be inconsistent. And again this morning, the same problem.
Nah, we've had a problem keeping the thing under me for the 4 laps. I mean, if this was Phoenix, we'd be in good shape. You know, we get that one good lap in. But unfortunately here at Indy, we need to do 4. So, you know, the car gets a bit squirmy as the run goes on. But we made a few more changes. And, you know, I think we'll be able to keep the thing under us.
You feel comfortable that now with the track cooling off and so many folks in line, you're just going to bide your time? You look so composed. So many guys are wandering around here just sort of fidgeting, hoping they get a run. You look very relaxed.
This place can get the best of you, and I'm trying to not let it. So it's a pretty overwhelming place. And, you know, we're just going to give it 10 tenths like we always have, and we'll see where that puts us.
All right, Mike Groff will be one of those in line to qualify momentarily in the Jonathan Bird's Cafeteria Clayton Cunningham machine as they try to put the Visionaire car in the field for the 82nd running. Paul?
Bourbonnais just started his rollout. It'll take a few minutes for him to come up to speed at FanFest over in turn 2. Big prize being drawn now by Billy Boat. This was a little bit earlier in the day. Billy Boat chose 4. 4 get an expense-paid trip to the Indianapolis 500. Well, back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, back on the pit road, is Claude Bourbonnais. He waved off very quickly, and in fact, I'm not sure whether or not that was coming to the green or actually on the first lap.
He had a wiggle during his warm-up lap, and then he took the green flag, so it will count as an attempt. But unfortunately, he was just nowhere near to the sort of speed that he needed to be. The good news is, because he presented this car early, he may still have time to get this car back in line. It's not that late in the day, so maybe this was good strategy by Blueprint Racing.
IRL officials are now counting that as an attempt, though no speed posted for Bourbonnais, so he will have 2 more opportunities to qualify.
Joe Gosek is next in line, a G-Force chassis, another one of the chassis that have been struggling somewhat in the heat, but of course, as we get later and later in the day, there's more possibility for the big speeds and the numbers that you need to make this field.
00 Joe from Oswego. The first time he came to the Speedway, it was a lot of fun to spend time with Joe and his crew. You could just see the enchantment that they had with Indianapolis, and when he came back after a year's absence, Well, he still had that bright look in his eyes. There's the lineup now through the qualifying line. You saw Gosick. There's the car of Stefan Gregoire, the Chastain car.
And then Hideshi Matsuda's car is the next one in line, I believe.
And it looks like they're pushing Kite's car to the head of the line as well. The head being, of course, up where they present the car for technical inspection. So now the tech inspectors get very busy. There are going to be a number of cars come down here. There's Jimmy standing just off the right-hand side of his race car, trying to get some final words of advice, encouragement. And, of course, he knows what to do. He's just got to figure out how to do it without going 4 inches over the line into the concrete coming off at turn 4. It has been his nemesis throughout this past week at Indianapolis. Waiting for the run of Joe Gosick. Back live in Indianapolis, I'm Paul Page. There goes 00 Joe, only in this case the car is 29 as he's ready for a qualification attempt at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
The one thing that you want to do here is not rush it. You want to build up your momentum and not take any big chances on the first lap. We've seen a couple of big crashes. Eliseo Salazar tried too hard in turn number 1, and it got away from him. So 00 Joe needs to, on these warm-up laps, get the thing built up and then let her rip.
Joe seems a little casual about the warm-up here, not using all of the race course. Here we come. He's going to accept the green flag and start his qualification attempt. Down into the first turn, he crosses the stripe running 208 miles an hour. In turn 1, he went up to 221 miles an hour across the short chute. Into turn 2, onto the backstretch.
Down the backstretch, just kind of want to let your hands be nice and loose on the steering wheel. Let the car go where it wants to go. If you're wondering why they don't go near the wall, it's because when you do so, it hurts the aerodynamics. It makes more drag on the car. If you run in the middle of the straightaway, the car runs more free.
If you're wondering where our pylon from yesterday is, the little arrow shows you where in the field. We'll have that once the field is full. And then we will be timing against the bubble speed. 1 lap complete at 215.033 miles an hour. That would be a very iffy speed.
And he was a bit high in turn number 1 consistently 2 laps in a row. So if there's any way he can bring it down lower, but generally if you're high at the exit, it means the car is pushing a little bit. Smoke. I see a little smoke at the back of the car. Let's hope this engine stays together.
Of course, if it's in trouble, Joe will feel it tighten just a little bit. A little more haze there. Even more so.
Not good.
He stays in it down the front stretch. Into turn 1. The real danger, of course, is if that's a big trouble and the engine lets go, he could spin the car and crash. 215.177, averaging 215.105 miles an hour after 2 laps.
Looking again for any missed it all from the back of the car. This is where we saw it last time. Don't see it this time. That's good news for him, but the speed is not good news. He's got to go quicker.
Watch from the pits. Joe Gosick on the track. White flag, 1 lap to go. And he turned that lap number 3 slower. 214.8 miles an hour, and the team says, nope, we will not accept that. The yellow flag is waved, and Joe Gosick's first qualification attempt on this car is complete. He averaged 215 miles an hour, and that would have made him the slowest car in the field behind Billy Rowe. Rowe is currently 215.7. Here is Stefan Gregoire.
Stefan talked about earlier in the interview was that they were going to turn more RPM than they had done in practice to see if they can get this car up to speed. So how do you do that? Well, they have gears that are very close together. Fourth, fifth, and sixth gear are close together to the point to where you can choose a little lower gear than you need, turn some more RPM, and hopefully that will get the job done.
I noticed the stickers on the front, but did it come out with all sticker tires?
Well, it's tough to tell because occasionally they peel the stickers off. So he could have 4 new tires it would be rare that he would start with new tires on the front and not at the rear, but we've seen it done before. If perhaps he had a little bit of push, why not just put new tires on the front and keep the stagger that you like at the back?
So Stefan Gregoire, Chastain Motorsports, Noblesville, Indiana.
And I think I have the answer to your question. When the sun was shining on that tire, you could see the center line around the rear tire, and there you saw it again. So those are 4 brand new tires.
All 4 are new on this car. So brand fresh tires. This car has 1 attempt already clocked against it. That attempt ran at 215.53 miles an hour. 2 laps.
Using all the road, yeah. That's what you want to do, though. Unwind the wheel off the corners and get the speed.
Seems like a little bit, and more than a little bit, quite a late exit on the corner. Came further down the wall before he finally came out to it. Into turn 1, threw it across the short chute, turn 2. Eighths of a mile backstretch.
Look out. Yo! He likes to run high there in the short chute.
Track temperature is continuing to cool. The winds have been down as well. That's good news for Gregoire and the rest. Across the line, completing the lap. Stefan Gregoire's first lap at 216.9. 216.962.
If he can keep that up, that's exactly the speed that he needs. Of course, the field is not full yet, but what they're thinking about, I want a comfortable speed to where I will not be bumped. So if he can maintain this or a little bit quicker, that'll be exactly what they're looking for.
I think given the time and the record, I would take this run. You know, Stefan has been a marvelous racer every race he's been in. He's always been up at the front. In the past year of the IRL's new formula. Oh no, this engine sounded like it was heavy into the limiter. I just want to make sure it hasn't gone off.
That's okay though, because a lot of times if you're going to hit the rev limiter, it will be going into turn 1. That's a good sign.
Fastest point on the track going into turn 1. He got in there at 226 miles an hour last time around. Second lap, quicker yet, 217.3, up 0.4 of a mile an hour.
Remember, they said they wanted to turn higher RPM, and if you turn higher RPM, you might hit the rev limiter that is mandated by the Indy Racing League at 10,500 RPM.
Stefan's girlfriend hopes him around the track, cheers him on. 3 laps are done, 216.8. This is the slowest of his laps thus far.
But he's past turn 1, which has been tricky, and he's past the part where he had the misfire, which is caused by the rev limiter, so he's got 2 corners to go. Watch out for the short chute where he was using all the road previously.
Stefan Gregoire heads for the checkered flag, and in fact he takes it. They take the run. I think that's a good decision. We wait for the official run out on the top speed on the final run, 216.9 for a 4-lap average of 217.036, and that moves him into the field on the inside of the last row and moves him ahead of Eliseo Salazar, who qualified earlier in the day. So Stefan Gregoire, with his wife watching at the edge of the track, makes it into the field. Back at Indianapolis, qualifying underway. Hideki Matsuda on a warm-up lap. Don't miss Carb Day on ESPN. We'll bring you all of the action from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as the drivers take to the track for their absolute last practice session before the big race. And we'll have the fun and excitement of the pit competition coming your way Thursday at 3 o'clock here on ESPN. Well, there he is, Hideshi Matsuda. He is bringing the car up to speed, ready to start on a qualification run. His best lap, as you see it there, 2:15.8. I would think accepting that would be marginal, but remember what they're figuring. They ran that earlier in the day. The track was hotter, and so the car was theoretically slower.
The indication will be what sort of speed did he get here on his first hot lap. Certainly a nice line. See what sort of speed.
216.144 miles an hour. The first lap into the record.
This is right on the verge of taking or waving off. So if he can pick it up a little, they'll keep it.
Running for the final 33rd position. If he takes this time and speed and moves into the field, the bumping will begin. On the front straight again, across the yard of brick.
He's 43 years old. He has a lot of experience. And if he can keep it smooth and bring it up, that'll help.
But he didn't do that. Fell off considerably. Fell off 9/10, 215.234 miles an hour. Now he's averaging 215.6.
I think the car might be getting a little bit loose. Saw a bit of a wiggle up in turn 1 and 2. We'll check 3 and 4 now.
Again onto the front stretch. He went into the third turn at 216 miles an hour. Came off of 4 at 213. Lap number 3 at 215.5. 215.512. He brought it up 0.3, averaging 215.629. Decision time for the team. And there's the decision. They call him off.
And remember that he had a little bit of push previously, so maybe he had some push on the entry, which then makes the car a little bit loose at the exit.
So Hideshi pulls off. Let's go down to Gary Gerould in the pit area.
Stefan, congratulations. You were talking about getting in that mid-217 almost every lap. You were right there. Were you comfortable?
No, yes, it was okay, but we are not very happy about the setup yet. But I mean, I'm so happy to make the race. I would like to thank Speedway Engine Development for giving us a good engine, and Brad Calkins because his team gave us some information about the setup yesterday. Very nice people. I would like to thank my team, of course. They did such a good job. Blue Star, my sponsor, Tokheim, Estridge Company. I mean, everybody. I'm very happy.
You got...
But we need to wait.
You got very, very close to the wall on the short chute.
Yeah, I know, but that's what it took to do it.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know, but that's what it took. One slot is left in the field. There sits Lyn St. James. Jimmy Kite, if he makes it into the field, he is going to have a story to tell his kids about his rookie year at Indianapolis, including the practice in April and this last week, 4 crashes against the wall. Climbed out every time. This car is a mix of several automobiles just to get the parts together. Now he's on a qualification run.
And, you know, if Hideshi Matsuda had got in the field, if he gets in as well, he would have been in the position of bumping his teammate out of field. Now you see some orange and you see some yellow on this car. The orange is from Billy Rowe. If he gets in, he'll be the next to be bumped.
Wow, what a first lap. 219.635 miles an hour. That would make it the fastest qualification of the day if he can keep it up.
And he's doing it by straightaway speed, 231 miles an hour on his approach to turn number 1. But remember, he's been up against the wall, and he said he wasn't going to push it hard. Let's hope that he adheres to his strategy.
Well, he stays well away from the wall, off of turn 4 as he comes down the front stretch. Billy Rowe, his teammate, watches. Into turn 1. 219.3 miles an hour for the second lap. Dropped down 0.3, but still plenty fast.
You need to complete all 4, and now he's got himself in a comfort zone. You worry about the first couple laps because that's where you take the big chances. Now he should be getting more comfortable knowing he has plenty of speed.
Across the North Short Chute. This mom, boy, she's like, oh, man, get this over. Again, he works it well off the wall, taking very great care of that wall. He's seen way too close far too often. Into turn 1 on the 4th and final lap. 219.5. He picks the speed up again, and this kid is consistent.
Past the part of the racetrack where he's had just a slight wiggle, they have this car very neutral. And when it's neutral, occasionally the back will wiggle on you just a little bit. So they wanted to be conservative, but this is a pretty racy setup. Oh!
Almost loses it there.
My.
Come on, Jimmy, just one more to go. Get it off that corner clean, turns it away from the wall, heads it down the front stretch. Jimmy Kite, a rookie, has had a remarkable month. He makes it into the Indianapolis 500 with what is a very respectable speed. He takes it up to 218.6 miles an hour. That's the slowest of his 4 laps, but his 4-lap average, 219.29 miles an hour. And so Jimmy Kite becomes the fastest qualifier thus far of the second day. And the 33 positions are filled. The bumping is next. This team has worked so hard to get to this point, and yet they've maintained their good humor. So has Jimmy, and it's just paid off for him. That is a run that I don't think there is any way they ever have to worry about starting the race 1 week from today. Jimmy Kite is now in the Indianapolis 500. The nightmare is over. Lyn St. James on the course, Infinity Power. She's already given us a big scare up very close to the wall, coming off of 1. Now works turn number 3, heads across the North Chute.
She came out of turn 1, and I thought for sure she was going to smack the wall. She kicked up dust. She got so high. My, oh my, that was a lucky moment for her. She lost all kinds of speed, 209 at the exit.
Lyn St. James, who has not seen the kind of speed that she has wanted during this month of May. Does she see it now? 215.085 miles an hour. Now, look up in the upper right-hand corner of our graphic there, that plus 016 that they just dropped on. If it's plus, well, that tells you she's not really moving into the field. If it's a minus number, then it is her time to that point on the track against the bump car. There's the bubble speed. Billy Rowe, 215.7 miles an hour. Lyn comes to the conclusion of her second of 4 laps, 10 miles. Field average right at 218.2. Jimmy Kite brought it back up to the 218.2. It was down to 218.1. 215.615, up 0.6 of a mile an hour.
That means the miscue in turn number 1 on the first green lap cost her 0.6 of a mile an hour. And so theoretically, well, she doesn't get a shot.
That's the first attempt on the car, though. The only question now is time, with just over an hour to go in the second and final day of time trials at Indianapolis, and the field is full. Eliseo Salazar sits in 33rd position. Billy Rowe sits at 215 miles an hour as the slowest car in the field. Look at this.
She comes off of turn number 1 on the first lap. How did she not hit the wall? Ay, ay, ay. That was a good bit of driving. That was amazing. She did not rub against the wall.
Not to take anything away from Lyn, but some drivers also say when you do that, you compress air between especially the rear and the wall, and sometimes it'll actually push you away.
And right now she's giving a hand signal. Get me in line. Get me in line. Don't stop me here. I want to be sure that I have another shot at this.
So Lyn St. James is going to come right back and try to get into the 500-mile race field. You also saw a glimpse of Tony George, the president of the Speedway, this whole new format, his idea, as is the Indy Racing League. His goal was to get more drivers out of the short tracks, American short track drivers, into the Indianapolis 500 to try to reduce the costs in the sport. He's accomplished both of those things. And I think while many of the racers for years asked for a single-week format at Indianapolis, now he's delivered it, and I think it's worked out for fans and racers alike. So Jimmy Kite is in the 500 field. What a great run it was, Gary Gerould.
Well, we knew if this young man could pull it off that there would be one heck of a celebration. The crew bodily lifting him out of the cockpit. Jeff Braun, the engineer, Luke Wethington, the team manager, Brad McCandless, countless others who burned literally the midnight oil. And look at this down here. Does this tell you about what it's like to make the field at Indianapolis, to be part of the Indy 500? 4 times over the last month he'd been in the concrete. Late last night, this crew decided that they were going to go to work and put together a race car, and they did it. They came out in the heat of the day. They kept getting speed in small increments, and then he was able to put it to the test. And we're going to try to get a word from him here as he savors this moment with his crew. He had a big moment on that final lap, and we'll ask him about that in just a second. Here he is, 22 years old. Jimmy Kite, what's it feel like to be in the Indy 500?
I'll tell you what, without these guys, we wouldn't do it. I mean, every time we think we had some good going, we do some and it messes up. But I tell you what, these guys just never give up. Thanks, Andy. I know you're back there watching, man. Thanks, Andy.
Did you scare yourself on that 4th lap?
Yeah, I did. You know, we made a little change going through, going down into turn 1, because I knew it was going to push a little bit. So I moved the bars. Thing was awesome through 1 and 2. Got a little loose through 3, so I was kind of like, oh, God, just hold on for 4. Come on, just be real careful. But we made it through. We're in. I think we got pretty good safe time there. What do you think?
I think yesterday you were so down. You didn't want to talk to anybody. How hard was it to regroup after that drama?
I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for this crew, I wouldn't have been able to. They never got down. They knew we were going to be fast. And I'll tell you what, these guys are they're the only reason I'm here, man. These guys, Andy, you know, Royal Purple, everybody, I think the world right now, man. This is great.
Can you say party, anyone?
Big one. Here's the ball.
219.2, and Jimmy Kite is into the Indy 500. Claude Bourbonnais on the track right now, ready for a qualification run. Remember, he has 1 attempt. He waved off on the very first lap of his qualifying run. This is his second.
He got pretty high there in turn number 3, so he's pushing it hard, using all of the racetrack, and you don't know whether the car went there or whether he drove it out there, but that was close.
Bourbonnais completes the first lap at a disappointing 211.9 miles an hour.
Well, that's the answer to the question. The car took him up there. That wasn't him trying to unwind the wheel. That's way off of what they want. And this is his second attempt, so he theoretically would have an opportunity. You think they'd wave this thing off immediately.
Yeah, when the crew sees that, just under the spirit of great sportsmanship, they properly, at this point in time, ought to give some consideration to waving the car off so that they increase the possibility of other cars going out. But they want to look at the second lap. He's completed that. We'll see if it comes up from 211.9. 213.6, it comes up, but the average is still 212.8, and that's not nearly good enough.
No, and they could leave him out so they can get a real read on the chassis to find out exactly what it's going to do. But again, other guys want to run in there. They do the right thing.
Nope, they've decided get him off the racetrack, let the rest of the qualifiers out. We will get that car hopefully back in line before the final gun sounds in under an hour here at Indianapolis. Back at Indianapolis, Joe Gosick waits. He was out earlier. They got right back in line. He is ready to go once again. In the meantime, up in the line itself, it was empty for a few moments, but Jerry Punch, now it seems like that whole thing's changing.
Boy, it is indeed, Paul. In fact, up here in the Dave Mann pits a moment ago, they were actually installing a gearbox in this car number 24 for Danny Dryden, and as it was being pushed in line, a gentleman had come running out of the garage area with a gearbox wrapped in a towel and a shirt, handed it over the fence to some of the crew here, and they basically were trying to install the gearbox while the car was being pushed up in line. And Danny Dryden, you guys are making a major change here at the very, very last minute.
Well, we're actually set up to get another 100 more RPM. When the heat of the day, we were down out of the range we ran this morning, and it was out of the peak range for the motor. So we had to do everything we can to get in the show.
The guy from the gear shed actually went back and changed the gear ratios for you and brought it back?
Yes, they did. They changed to a different ratio to raise the engine RPM 100.
So you guys this morning ran 218.3, but you were a little bit concerned because when it got hot, the speed slowed down considerably.
Right. I mean, if we could duplicate this morning, we'll be fine, but we cannot take that chance. We got 2 shots left, and we want to do everything we can to get it in this race.
All right, that's Danny Dryden. A lot of people are going to be pulling for this young man who's had such a tough week here and tough luck over the years. Maybe he will get a chance to get into his first Indianapolis 500.
Now, of course, with his experience as a mechanic, he knows that generally you already put the gears in the gearbox to give you a range if the conditions change. So obviously, because they were so much focused on repairing this car, they didn't have the opportunity maybe to choose the ratios that they wanted. So therefore, they had to actually take the gearbox apart to put in the change to 100 RPM as opposed to him just shifting gears in the car.
And you can see in every movement now as Danny Dryden climbs into that car, the tension within these teams. They've worked so hard just to get to Indianapolis. And now they're in the final minutes of an opportunity to make it into the field. The pressure is tremendous. This has been a week of pressure right from the first day when everyone knew they didn't have all that much time. Joe Gosick looking for a second attempt now. We watch for the green flag. Here it comes. 3 qualifying attempts allowed to each car. This is his second.
His first was at a 2:15.0, so he was close, but they need more.
220 miles an hour when he made the turn into the first turn, the southwest turn here at Indianapolis. At the first measurement points, he is not fast enough to get into the field. Again, that plus 0.04. He's just a little bit behind the line. Now he falls a little further behind. Up. On the front stretch.
Looks like they might have a little bit too much drag in this car. It's not running quick down the straightaway.
Into the first turn, again at 220 miles an hour. First lap, 214.889. You already know from the projection that's not quick enough.
No, unless something miraculous happened, but in this particular case, when you have too much drag, which is caused by sometimes a little bit too much wing angle on the car, it just does not run free down the straightaway.
There's the bubble speed, Billy Rowe, 2:15.7. Rowe was a first day qualifier. Sits in 26th position right now. And Gosick continues to fall behind the prediction line as he flies through turn 4 on the second lap. And they wave it off again. Only 1 qualifying attempt available now for Joe Gosick. And the problem?
The problem is they have to get this car to run quicker down the straightaway. They can do so by reducing the downforce on the front and at the rear. You know, sometimes it also could be an engine down on power. Whatever it is, the trap speeds at the end of the straightaway are 10 miles an hour slower than what we've seen today.
Hideshi Matsuda is ready as they make one last adjustment to the front wings on his car. The tension is building and building. This is Paul Page at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on his warm-up. Hideshi Matsuda. Tonight on The Deuce, don't miss RPM tonight. Host Reese Davis will have a complete recap of Bubble Day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Highlights of NASCAR's First Union 200 and NHRA's Mopar Parts Nationals tonight at 7 o'clock on ESPN2.
Tadashi Matsuda out on the course, and of course the guy he's trying to bump off is Billy Rowe, just on the other side of Eddie Cheever there, and he does have a backup car. He's been running today, so he might have a chance to get back in if he does get bumped out.
Billy Rowe, pulling the sunglasses, looking toward the camera. To his left, you're right, that was Lone Star JR, Johnny Rutherford. So Hideshi Matsuda.
He's close, 0-0-6.
Jerry Punch.
When Matsuda ran a little bit ago, he came in, when they waved it off, he came in and told Greg Beck that he had a big time push in the car. And as Jan said, he was trying to compensate for the push just by jerking the car, which made it loose exiting the corner. They made a ride height adjustment, a very incremental adjustment, and hopefully that will make enough difference to take the push away and give them the speed they need.
Oh, Billy Rowe, this could be the end of it, because he is fast enough at the moment to push Rowe out of the field. 216.066 the first lap.
Oh, he's slowing down. He had it.
Why? He had it done. Hideshi Matsuda pulls off the course. He was running fast enough to make it into the field. Boy, there's a surprise. Billy Rowe is the most surprised person in the track, and pleasantly so. Switched off, rolling to a stop. Wow, that was, I wonder what that was.
Well, he either had a mechanical problem or for some reason he didn't like how the car was working, because the crew knew the speed, and I don't believe the crew would call him in on that kind of speed.
Well, now they're finding out what the problem might have been for the first time. So Hideshi brings it off the course on a run that could have bumped Billy Rowe out of the field. And this may be costly for him. He may not be able to get it back in the line before the end of the day. Back at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Tony George, Johnny Rutherford, and Billy Rowe, who just got a stay. They've pushed back the possibility of him coming out of the field. Don't forget to tune into the Deuce all this week as we continue to bring you the latest from the Speedway. The Indy Live Daily Report all this week at 6:30 on ESPN2.
Danny Dryden out on the course now. We know that he has a gear that will allow him to use 100 more RPM than he had before. And of course, with his mechanical background, having worked with both Michael and Mario Andretti as a crew member, hopefully all these gears and setups and so on will work for him.
220 at the trap, the south end of the main straightaway, 218 on the approach to the corner, off at turn 1 at 216, off at turn 2 at 212 miles an hour, into turn 3 at 217. That's the way it lines up on the second warm-up lap. 220 again into the corner.
Not a bad line. His warm-up lap was a 215.7. That doesn't count for anything, but that gives you an idea of his speed.
The temperature, air temperature at least, has been steadily falling. Gary Gerald, what's that doing to the track temperature?
Well, we were just talking with one of the Goodyear engineers moments ago. In the shade now on the front straightaway, 104 degrees. In the sun, 120 degrees. Now that's a 21-degree drop since mid-afternoon when track temperatures were 141. That's why everybody waits, but it's always such a big gamble.
Danny Dryden comes to the completion of the first lap on this, his second attempt, at 216.2 miles an hour. Compared with the first lap of his first attempt, he's boosted it up 2 miles an hour.
And he's using all of the racetrack, and he had a bit of a different line down the straightaway. Most of the guys like to run down the middle of the straightaway, and he was up against the wall on the front straightaway, which a lot of times hurts you aerodynamically, but he's pushing a pedal here. He has what he needs at the moment.
And that whole concept of ground effects doesn't only work just under the car. It can work on the side of the car as well, too, and that can put drag on the right side of the car if you run too close to the wall. Gary Gerald?
Paul, just one other reminder. Remember, he told us, Danny Dryden, earlier, remember how many miles they have on the engine in this car. That's critical, because normally 500 miles is like the normal life. They were, in late afternoon, up to around 675 miles on that motor. So they literally are going here with fingers crossed.
Well, you can see he is in a mode on the projection to make it into this field the second lap at 216 flat. That's 0.2 slower, but still plenty fast enough. Back on the front stretch, down the pits, over the yard of bricks.
Anytime you see a minus sign up there on that minus .162, that's a good thing.
He falls off another 2/10 at 215.869 miles an hour, averaging 216.040. Again, a wave off.
Man, they don't want, no one wants to commit until we get to 6 o'clock, Paul. I know he was losing time, but he was awfully close.
And a qualified position for Billy Rowe lasts a little bit longer. Will Billy Rowe make it to the end of the day? His crew isn't so sure. They've already pushed another car into the line for him, so it would be ready to go when he gets bumped out of the field. Well, we've seen some surprising wave-offs at Indianapolis. I'm Paul Page. Welcome back. Lynn St. James as they inch her car forward toward the line. We were following that story of Hidesi Matsuda. He's right there, and so is Jerry Punch.
Paul, there's almost an air of panic up here now. They're trying, Greg Beck and the team are trying to get this thing back together. We saw Hidesi run one lap at speed and then suddenly pull the car off the racetrack on lap 2 when he had plenty of speed to put him solidly in the field. The problem was the engine just quit on him. That's why he came off and came down pit road. Now, they've hooked the computer up to download the problem, and they think that it may be an alternator problem. They've had 2 alternators fail. Now they may have had a 3rd fail. The question is, do they have enough time to fix it? They have so many hands, so many screwdrivers, and so many people trying to help Greg Beck and Hidesi Matsuda get a chance to qualify, but the clock is absolutely against them here as time is wasting.
You know, the movement is frantic but well calculated back at the engine room of Hidesi Matsuda's car.
And an alternator is not an easy device to change like it is on some road cars because it's not that accessible. It is buried down in there, and it's going to be borderline whether they can get it done. They have some practice, as we were told, because they've had this problem twice before. So, man, oh, man, the tension is going to build there. When he does get to run, it'll be his final attempt, as it is for Mike Groff, who's getting ready to do the same thing out on the racetrack.
Here is something you don't normally see on the line at Indianapolis, the line being the pit area. Frantic movement like this, trying to get this car going. Remember, they have to make sure they keep all the parts. And the biggest risk, don't drop anything down into the headers on that engine. Now Mike Groff on his second of 2 warm-up laps. He'll be going for the green flag. There are 2 attempts at this car. The first attempt yesterday at 215.8 miles an hour for 3 laps. He then took 3 laps just past the noon hour here today and only ran 214.9. Then they took the car back, decided to wait out the temperatures.
And Mike has been struggling with inconsistent laps. He can do the speed, but he can't do 4 of them. What'll happen is that he'll go out there and run a 217 or a 218, and in each one of those qualifying attempts, the laps were all over the place. So Mike knows this is when you cut or not, and he needs to certainly hold the pedal down and make this thing happen.
The last attempt on this car. Right now, he's fast enough, but by a very slim margin. Now, still he pulls it out a bit now. Look at us praying for hundreds and tenths on the main stretch. Completion of lap number 1. First lap, 217.051 miles an hour, and he is steadily closing even faster on Billy Rowe's time. He's well within the envelope now. If he can keep it here, he's fine.
Now, normally you would say if it were anyone other than Mike and this team that's been struggling with the inconsistency, and you can see the difference there on the bubble speed between he and Mike Groff, normally you'd be saying, no problem, just cruise, bring it home. But he's got to string these together. It's not the first time he's had a 217 lap in qualifying.
Last attempt for this car, the Visionaire Brandon heating and cooling car. He's still well within the margin to push Billy Rowe out of the field. Second lap drops down 4 tenths, 216.6 miles an hour. But in terms of his run to get into the field, he continues to improve.
Yes, because, of course, this is relative to the run that Rowe had. So this is an accumulative time based upon the slowest run that we have seen. And at the moment, he's maintaining about that 4/10. So if he can keep consistent, he'll have it.
I'll tell you what he needs on the last one.
Listening to Billy Rowe. I'm not going to say much here. Linda Vaughn there. Saying to stay in. Mark Stainbrook. 216.606 miles an hour, the third lap for Mike Groff. Still plenty fast enough. As he runs for the flag, there's no sense in waving this off. You're going to take it no matter what, because the car cannot attempt to qualify again. Mike Groff, very tight to the wall. And there it is, the completion of 10 miles, 4 laps. Billy Rowe is out. Mike Groff is in this field. Jonathan Byrd, the car owner, knows he's in, but I'm not sure he's all that happy about it. Billy Rowe, there he is. He knows he's out, but he also knows he has another car available. The last lap, 216.513. The 4-lap average, 216.704 miles an hour. So Mike Groff is in the middle of the last row at Indianapolis, and Billy Rowe is out. They move a number 15 car, Reebok car, into the line. Part of the reason Jerry Punch is because Eliseo Salazar is now the man on the bubble at 216.2.
Exactly, Paul, the 42-year-old driver from Santiago, Chile. You see him standing there talking to some of the Reebok crew. Yesterday morning, he lost his primary car in a violent impact with the wall as we were coming on the air for our coverage here on ESPN. Today, the backup car was quick enough this morning, but it opted to go early in the afternoon when the track temperature was about 141 degrees, thus the average speed of just a little over 216. Now, you see him talking to Mark Scott. What they have done is they have gone and borrowed this backup car from Nienhuis Gallus Racing. It is a Riley and Scott chassis, and of course Mark Scott, one of the builders of this car, they put their setup on the car, are putting Salazar's seat inside and some wings and materials from other cars, hoping that if they have to, they can put Salazar in the car cold and give him a shot at maybe getting back in the field if indeed he gets bumped.
And not to forget, as part of that setup, the Reebok sponsorship on the side of the car. Paul Durant went out, brought the car back in. So Paul Durant still suffering some of his problems. There he is as he came back into the pit area.
And of course, now the time is starting to get short to where if you have to bring your car back in, you may or may not have another opportunity to qualify. And we're starting to now get to cars that it doesn't matter, because there's so many attempts that have been made on many of these cars that in fact it'll be like Mike Groff. It'll be your third and final attempt, and you just have to go for it.
Joe Gozick is going to try it again. This will be the last attempt. Already Brian Barnhart, the gentleman in the blue shirt on the right side of the screen, who is the director of racing for the IRL, has stepped to the side, and that's an indication to the crew that he can go ahead and roll that baby out of the pits. Mike Groff, well, he made it into the field, and he's with Gary Gerould.
The collar goes away, the helmet starts to come off, and I can only imagine what the sense of relief must feel like. Did I hear a sigh of relief all the way down here when you took that checkered flag?
I hate this place. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's been a long, I was going to say month, week. I really got to thank Bryant Visionaire for being with us. I feel so good about everything. Jonathan Byrd, the whole team, Byrd Cunningham team. Guys worked their tails off, kind of scratching their heads a little bit along the way, but we got a nice long 500-mile race ahead of us, so I feel good about it.
And the driver found the consistency over the 4 laps that certainly has been something I know that's been bothering you this week.
Oh, yes. I mean, if this was the Phoenix 200, we would have been in the show, but unfortunately, it's the Indy 500, greatest race in the world. Obviously, 4 laps we had to put together, couldn't do it until just now, so I feel good. Thanks, team.
Terrific job.
Thank you.
How many times have you heard that? I hate it, I love it, I hate it. In the older days, the drivers used to call this place the Cruel Lady. She can reward so very well, but she can also just dash your dreams right into the pavement quickly. Joe Gosick on the track. 2 attempts charged to this car. The first one, 3 laps at 215. The second one, he ran 2 laps at 214.6 miles an hour.
And he's had a little bit of a different line exiting both turn 2 and turn 4. It appears as though these corners, in other words, 1 and 3, work okay. But then watch on the exit here, see if he does it again. It looks better now. So maybe they have made a change here that he's happy with.
We have filled the 33 positions in Indianapolis. Already the first car has been bumped out. That was Billy Rowe. And as Joe Gosick starts his qualification attempt, it is Eliseo Salazar on the bubble at 216.2 miles an hour.
But that plus sign on the upper right of your screen there is not a good sign. He's got to turn that thing into a minus if he wants to get in the field.
It has an upward trend as he goes into turn 3. We get another reading here. Oh, a real upward trend. This is not good for Joe Gosick.
There's that line that we saw earlier. There's something that's happening in turn number 4 and in turn number 2 that he's not happy with.
Salazar clenching his hands, asking what was the time. 213.579 miles an hour. And the trend away from the bubble speed continues upward for Double O Joe.
And he knows it. He's brought it down, he's slowed it down, and he knows that for this car anyway, it's over.
So 3 attempts for Joe Gosick. And like the great champion he is from Oswego, he knows if he gets the car off the track, others will have an opportunity. And so they take the car off the qualification run. It's third. That car is done. Joe could find another car, but that machine is out. At Indianapolis, Claude Bourbonnais in the line, while Billy Rowe in his second car is going to try to make it back into the 500 field. Sports Center is celebrating its 20,000th show. Join host Chris Berman, Dan Patrick, and Bob Lee as they take a look back at breaking news, investigative features, and other award-winning segments. Don't miss this very special Sports Center tonight at 11 o'clock here on ESPN. Well, Salazar outlasted one opportunity, but Jerry Punch, he's still got to wait.
Maybe a feeling of emptiness for Eliseo Salazar. You see him sitting on the wall. Not only is he the man on the bubble, the car that they borrowed from Nienhaus that is sitting in front of him, we are told now, will not fire. It will not crank. It has a broken fuel pump drive, and so now they have to sit and watch and wait and pray that they stay in the field. Now, they had just located a moment ago while we were in commercial, Stan Waddles, and had the crew rushing down the Waddles garage to get his backup car and hopefully get it up here in line. That's also a Riley and Scott chassis, but they may be out of time.
Eliseo Salazar, a veteran of the Indianapolis 500. Boy, what a story. Fuel pump as Rowe starts his run, trying to get back into the field.
And of course, if he has anywhere near the setup that Jimmy Kite did, Jimmy Kite was flying out there. This should theoretically be easy for Billy Rowe.
Rowe's previous qualification at 215.7. It was the slowest in the field, and it took him out of the field. And right now, he's on that trend that will keep him in a position to move into the field, very close to the wall off of 4, completing his first lap.
Car looks pretty solid, though.
Run. Sorry.
That's all right. I was going to say the car looks pretty solid. He is using all of the road. It looks as though it's doing what it should.
218.563 miles an hour. Well above Salazar's.
So for Eliseo Salazar, they're going to have to hope that the Riley and Scott chassis of Stan Waddles is number 1 available, and number 2, can they fit him to the car in time?
Well, I wonder if they dialed the Jimmy Kite setup into this thing, because it's up in those numbers for Billy Rowe. Maybe that explains the smile that Rowe had earlier. There's no joy for Eliseo.
Yeah, if you know that your backup car is this fast, you're almost hoping someone will bump you. so you can get the faster car in the show.
He drops off half a mile an hour, but at 2:18 flat, completes the second lap, and the trend continues upward against the bubble speed. Gary Gerould?
Mark Weida is one of those who's helped set up this race car. You're watching that clock nervously. How confident are you with about a lap and a half to go?
Well, right now at a 2:18, he's so strong. Everything's looking really great. We worked really hard with the backup car today, and we ran some in the heat. And Billy's up to the task, so we're fired up right now. We just hope we can get this one more lap done, and we're in good shape.
All right, white flag.
Starting the fourth and final lap for Billy Rowe. The last lap almost identical to the second lap, 218.076, averaging 218.228 miles an hour. The trend goes upward. Billy Rowe, if he can make it through 2 more corners, can make it into the Indianapolis 500 for the second time this year.
And Team Scandia with just 2 cars here this year. They've tried to run multiple cars here in the past, and it appears as though they've had their hands full with these 2.
Well, the team says that's plenty good enough. The projection says that. And the last lap is completed, and Billy Rowe is back in the field. Salazar is out. Last lap at 216. It fell off heavily, 216.664, averaging 217.8, Jerry Bunch.
Well, Paul Salazar is out, but he has just gotten word from Mark Scott that the Waddles car is on its way out, and they are going to try to put this Chilean driver on the line with the setup in the car. Not having had a single lap, he is going to try to get in the car and put it back in the field. The drama of Bubble Day lives on as Salazar, if time permits, will try to be able maybe to be the last guy to go and get back in this field.
Tell me there is no pain at Indianapolis. Look at his face. You're going to see some happiness on Billy Rowe. The Scandia team member is already feeling that. Salazar paces the pit area. Will the Waddles car get up here in time? Never will have turned a lap in that car. Of course, that was going to be true of the car that was sitting in the line.
The Riley and Scott teams work very closely together. In fact, Stan Waddles said that anything they wanted in the department of setup from Eliseo Salazar, it was available to them. So now they're going to try and repay the favor as Claude Bourbonnais is going to try and get himself back in, or in for the first time.
Bourbonnais moves to the track as they clear the pit area for his exit.
Whoa!
Oh, and he almost loses it right there. That was just an upshift on the gear. So Bourbonnais. Coverage of today's qualifying being brought to you by Split Fire spark plugs and wire sets, because performance is everything. And by Pennzoil, specially formulated for today's stop and go driving. Stop. Go Pennzoil. Well, Bourbonnais on an upshift coming out of the pits almost put it into the pit wall. Qualifying tensions are very strong. This is his third and final attempt in this car to make it into the field.
But, Paul, he is way, way off of where he needs to be. This is going to be very sad news for Claude Bourbonnais.
Again, the trend upward and away from where he needs to be if he wants to bump Johnny Unser out of the field at 216 miles an hour for Unser's qualifying speed here at Indianapolis. Darting turn into one. 213.55 miles an hour. Now, will they pull it off early?
You don't want to think that you're a quitter, but if you do a 2:13.5 on your first lap, it's almost impossible to make it in the field.
Keep an eye on that plus sign, upper right-hand corner of the graphic, as it continues to trend upward. And that's a terrible sign for Bourbonnais.
One thing you don't want to do here, you don't want Claude to try too hard to put this thing in the wall. So it would be probably smart to wave this thing off and just protect your losses.
He completes his second lap at Indianapolis on his third qualifying attempt, but he does bring the speed up to to 215.321 miles an hour. That means the average is 214.434, but he has a great deal of ground to make up and very little track to do it.
Well, it'd be nice if he made liars out of us. If he could pick up a couple miles per hour each and every time. I said it was nearly impossible, but not impossible.
Still, the trend goes the wrong way. Completion of the third lap. Now, remember this, Ron, as we get down to the end of the day, under the possibility that somebody is within seconds of going out, this might have been the run that would make the difference.
There's one other thing I just thought of, Paul, is that why not go ahead and take this run in case they need an alternate for the race? It might be worth just taking this because we have seen more than 33 starters before, and you just never know what might happen carburation day. You might as well put a number on it.
215.177 miles an hour, averaging 214.6. They're going to stay out there and take this run. So Bourbonnais on the projection doesn't make it into the field. We'll look for the official final lap, 2:15.967, the fastest of his 4 laps. The average, 2:15.001. And that doesn't do it. So Bourbonnais doesn't make it into the field, but, well, maybe it is an alternate position that they're thinking about. Jerry Punch?
Meanwhile, down here at the head of technical inspection, the Stan Waddles backup car has arrived. They have fired the engine, and the crew member basically had his hand down inside the front engine cowl, holding the pedals down to try to be able to get the engine warmed up. The Reebok crew scrambling around this car. Basically, they've been changing the wing settings. They've been changing the front end settings, trying to do as much as they can do as quickly as they can. The driver, Eliseo Salazar, has already put his helmet and gloves and everything on and strolled down to the other end of the technical inspection area. He is very, very anxious to have this car go through tech and get a chance to run the car. Now, I'm told by the Waddles crew that the most this car has run this week was around 213, very, very early in the week. Now, that was with their setup on it. Now, Mark Scott and the Bob Riley crew are working on putting their setup, and now Salazar came back and said, guys, we got to go. We got to go. He motions with his hands that I got to get in the car, and now Eliseo Salazar will climb in as the clock ticks away. And Jan Bikus, they are trying to hurry to get him in line, to give him one more shot at getting back in this Indy 500.
Jerry, I was going to ask you, is this the very first time he's tried to get in this car? Because he is not the same size as Stan Waddles, so he'll find out momentarily if he even fits in this car.
Well, Jan, what they did is they brought the seats, the two-piece seats that are basically poured and form-fit around the driver, and put it inside, so the seat itself is actually Salazar's seat. I'm sure what you're referring to is basically the pedal situation, but Salazar will have to make do. They don't have time to make a pedal adjustment. He will have to be as comfortable as he can and go as fast as he can for 4 laps.
This is Danny Drynan on the course on a qualification run, his third and final chance. And we'll watch the trend. 220 as he went into the first turn. Built it up to 221 just before he made the turn in. Off of the first lap. Johnny Unser on the bubble, 2:16.3.
Turned in a little bit early there in turn number 1. And sometimes you do that.
2:15.131 the first lap. And the trend is wrong, but maybe he can catch up.
Of course, we saw Claude Bourbonnais start with a 2:13. That's pretty tough. But if you start with a 2:15, there's still a possibility.
We've certainly seen speeds increase throughout this day. Runs it high off the corner. Very close to the wall off of 4. Still trending up for Danny Drynan.
Not forget about the mileage of this engine.
214.8. His speed drops off. Averages 214.990. Now will he go the entire distance?
I would assume that if the car is safe and he's not in danger of slapping, I guess you're always in danger of slapping the wall, especially with an engine with that many whether they let him run the last lap.
Third lap is complete, so they are going to go ahead and finish this run, though he's nearly a second too slow. He's going to make that second up in a lap.
He was trying hard. He almost rubbed the wall up there.
214.5. His speed continues to drop. It'll be a broken heart here for Danny Drynan. What a tough week it has been. And there is no reward at the end of it. He looks down the long straightaway. They flash the yellow on to at least get him off the race course. That at least is a good move by the team. Danny Drynan does not make it into the Indianapolis 500. There will be no fourth lap time since he didn't stay on the track to cross the line. And 3 attempts, his best was his second in 216.040. But he waved off of that one. Well, Billy Rowe out of the field and back into the field earlier with Gary Gerould.
Billy Rowe. Billy, let me turn you over here. I want to know, in your young lifetime, have you ever experienced drama like this?
Oh, it's pretty incredible. Actually, we were sort of hoping it was going to happen sooner because this is our primary car. We qualified the backup car. We kept having problems with this earlier in the week, and we never got it up to speed. So I wanted to race this one. And, boy, I'll tell you, just thank the good Lord for a great day. And the crew did. They worked really hard. We had a great race car. I'll tell you, it felt really good.
To squeeze this 218, a solid, out of this particular car under these circumstances, was there ever any doubt in your mind?
No. We were just shooting for 16.5, but boy, it was there. I mean, you know, the cool of the day and everything, and this is the best conditions we ran it in. And I'd just like to thank Andy Evans and Steve Fisher and Pro Grip and Royal Purple and MG and all those guys for just being behind us. And Mark and Luke and a great crew, and it's just awesome feeling. I love it.
He was bumped out, but not for long. Great job.
Thank you.
Confidence is a wonderful thing. Lynn St. James on the track. In her first year here, she was voted Rookie of the Year. She is an Indianapolis 500 veteran starting on the 3rd qualification attempt. She had 2 in the low 215s.
Her warm-up lap was a 2:15.4, so she's in the ballpark.
Jerry Punch.
And Paul, after her previous run, talked to Kevin Doran, who basically is managing this team for Lynn St. James. He said the balance on the car was very, very good, but the car was bound up a little bit in the corners, so they simply made an air pressure adjustment. That's the only change they made prior to pushing her back in line to try to free the car up, entering and exiting the corner, and hopefully that would make a difference. We'll find out.
Too slow and trending upward as she comes to the end of the first lap.
Attempt. She knows that there's no chances after this one.
216.050 miles an hour for the first lap. Now that's better than she's run by almost a full mile an hour, but still it is not fast enough at the moment. Bubble speed there, 216.316. Lynn's going to have to pick it up.
She's using all the racetracks. She's trying as hard as she can. If she can go progressively faster, that will help, but it doesn't look as though by the trend there that's happening.
Second lap complete. Today's qualifiers, all we're showing you in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. Led by Jimmy Kite. 2:15.765. Not fast enough.
G-Force chassis, Nissan Infiniti power plant. So a different combination than we've seen, but right now that combination is just not giving her the speed that she needs.
And the run gets worse for Lynn St. James. We measure at each timeline in the 10-mile run. She's now nearly half a second slow against the bubble speed. Lap 3, 2:15.6. Roughly the same as the last lap.
Ron Himmelgarn, one of the team owners here for Buddy Lazier and Johnny Unser, said that she was crazy to own our own team and try and make this effort. And of course, this is going to hurt not making the field and collecting that prize money to start the Indy 500.
St. James. There's no way this last lap will pick up, and it has not. Lynn St. James fails to qualify for the Indy 500. Third and final attempt on the car. 215.095 miles an hour the last lap. The average was 215.6. Include the word lady this year. It will simply be gentlemen, start your engines 1 week from today. And there's Eliseo Salazar warming up. We're going to show you the field, and we're just going to flip through it while we tell you the story of Eliseo Salazar and a crash yesterday, and off to the hospital, back to the track in an hour and a half. Another car tries to make it.
If anybody can do it, Eliseo Salazar can. He is extremely brave. The reason that he crashed is he just held his foot down and said, I'm going to be on pole or I'm going to be in the wall. And in fact, he was in the wall. Right now, he's driving a car he has never sat in before, has no idea what it'll do, and this is what really takes a brave driver.
The 33 positions, there they are. They're all filled, and the first 3 of the alternates, one of them Salazar, who is currently on the track in the 19 car. This is the backup for Stan Waddles. They pulled it out of the garage. They stuck Eliseo in the car. They got as much of his setup on the car as they could. Driver comfort might be a big issue here. What's at the back of the car?
See a little bit of smoke. Oh, man.
Going into 3, we saw some haze at the back of the car. Here's the green flag. Here we go. What courage for Salazar. Didn't know a thing about this car. Now it's smoking a little bit more at the back. And the trend is not good and rapidly getting worse.
But you would expect that on the first lap for a guy that's never sat in this car. There is potential. The thing I'm worried about is that smoke.
Yeah, if that becomes more serious and the engine lets go, it's going to be oil on the rear tires and a car into the wall. Valiants are on the bubble, 2:16.316. We'll see the first lap speed in a second here. The trend we already know is bad.
And I think he scraped the wall coming off of turn number 4. I thought I saw it was either a spark off the wheel or possibly just a piece of debris. But there have been reports from the course he did rub the wall.
There's your first lap, 211.919. Not nearly fast enough.
Now you can see the right rear tire. You can see some white paint on that, so it does appear as though he did, in fact, have contact right there with the wall.
Just a light brush, that contact. And I'm still worried about the show of smoke at the back of the car. I hope just in their haste to get this car out, there might be some smoke left on the headers or dripping down onto those headers, and it is not indicative of a problem in the engine compartment. 211.010. The trend has gone from bad to terrible.
And certainly for Eliseo's sake, you hope they wave this thing off right now.
Again, a display of blue haze at the back of the car. And Salazar says that's it. Eliseo Salazar brings it off the track. Hideshi Matsuda is at the head of the line. They're ready to fire that car, Doc.
Well, they are trying to fire it, Paul, and they just put a new battery in and a battery boost and worked on the alternator, and they told him to go ahead and fire. He had just seconds to get the car to roll off. They tried to get the car to turn over. It will not fire.
And it's over. The final gun has been fired. Matuda is left on the line. So qualification comes to an end at Indianapolis. All the way from Japan, try to make it into the 500 and cannot do it. Eliseo Salazar from Chile makes a brave attempt as well, and he can't get it done. So the 33 are complete. Billy Boat has the pole, and we're ready now for the 82nd running of the Indianapolis 500.
And Johnny Unser, he had to be the most nervous person here over the last few minutes. No backup car, but he's solidly now in the field.
So what a day we have seen. Don't forget, we will continue to have coverage on ESPN and ESPN2 throughout the week, our live daily reports on the Deuce. And then, of course, there will be coverage on Carburation Day, the final day of practice, the only day they have left to prepare for the Indianapolis 500. And then, of course, on ABC Sports, 1 week from today at 11 o'clock, the green flag will come out, and we'll be ready to go racing at Indianapolis. We're already talking about a great show to lead you into the 82nd running of the 500, so join us next week on ABC as well. In the meantime, keep it right here on ESPN, because SportsCenter is coming up next. Billy Rowe stays in, so does Johnny Unser. Rowe has to take 2 qualifying runs to do it. Thanks for being with us. So long from Indianapolis.